Good afternoon and welcome to a Wednesday back with BreakTraders. I apologize about last Friday. That was completely on me. I accidentally screwed up and didn't upload our eBay auctions, even though I thought I did. And thankfully Haley reached out and let me know. And but we did a quick analysis and realized, it really wouldn't be worth it to have a break. We didn't even know if we would be able to fill one based on how many spots were remaining. So I apologize about giving you a day of cancellation. I know the last time there was some significant changes at BreakTraders. I can assure you that is not the case. But I know I'm excited for tonight because we have a lot of Origins football breaks to go. We have 3 in a row currently scheduled. We've also got some Spectra baseball, some Donruss Optic baseball. So all the new releases we're hitting tonight. And you can get 30% off all of those new releases with the codes in the chat. In addition, there is a Origins football hit draft available. There's an Origins football hit draft right now. That looks like there's 4 spots left. I'll tell you, if you're not on our Discord, you should go and join because there is a 40% off flash sale there. Would love to see that go this evening. And then in addition, we have some available teams tonight. We do have some available for certified, including the Jaguars and Steelers. A decent amount available in our basketball breaks, and you can get 20% off with the promo code there in the chat. And I can assure you, you're going to get those teams that you take for 20% off cheaper than you would if you do an auction. But that being said, speaking of auctions, we do have one to do right here. James, you're going to have to go over to YouTube. I apologize. It doesn't transfer our chats to Facebook. If you go to YouTube, www.youtube.com/c/BreakTraders, which is now in the chat, you can access there. And I would say you're going to want to be there as well. You're going to want to be there as well because we do a lot of giveaways, and they're done by Nitebot, and those are in our chat. But let's do this auction. Rockies, Tigers, starting at $5 in increments of $1. And that is a combo pack. A little 2-pack for the crew. $5 to T-Man. $5 to T-Man. Jim is interested at 5 as well. 6. Jim has it at 6. Do we have 7? You know what? I'm feeling generous tonight, so Whoever wins the auction for this one will also win this 1987 Topps Tiffany PSA 9 Cecil Fielder card. Do we have 7? We have 9 from T-Man. $15 from Jim. 15 from Jim. We're going to start a 30-second countdown. Any bids in that 30-second window will trigger a new 30-second countdown. Alrighty, there it is. And Jim takes it. Jim, the link is in the chat. John, you can make a note on that's a giveaway for Mr. Fielder as well. Forrester, sorry. You can send payment via the link in the chat. In the meantime, while we wait to receive that payment, we will do our first keyword giveaway of the evening. You tell me when you're ready, John.
I'm ready.
John's ready. I'm ready. The first keyword of the evening is Kelsey. Thank you, Jim. And Jim is definitely a known customer, so you may be able to find this stuff. Monday Night Football is correct. Michael gets it.
Wow.
Was surprised it took that long, to be honest. Let's see what Michael's getting. And he's getting a 1945 pack. Little end of World War II pack of cards. I forgot those were in there. Jesus. Oh, those really didn't want to open for me. We have the last V2 launched. A little Douglas MacArthur, followed up by US Illinois. The MBL Championship. The Mussolini dies. Mussolini dies right there. Didn't realize that he was hung upside down like that. Probably deserved it though. End of the Lend-Lease program. Burma Road reopened. Battle for Castle Itter. Gary Cooper. And Happy Chandler resigns. There we go. And here we go. I will double check, but... Jim, can you let us know? Jim has sent the payment, he says. So we'll get those teams loaded. Yep, we're good to go. Here we go, folks. The first break of the evening. The first break of the evening is going to be some 2021 Absolute Baseball. Can't say I'm a big World War II buff, so I don't really know much about the Lend-Lease program. Jeff doesn't seem too happy with said program. Alrighty. We have Carlos Correa of the Houston Astros going to Chris, followed by Charlie Blackmon of the Colorado Rockies heading to Jim. Mike Trout of the Angels going to Justin. Then we have Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox headed to TJ. Hyun-Jin Ryu of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Chris. Followed up by a little Babe Ruth out of 199 of the New York Yankees going to Smart Buy. Then we have a statistically speaking Ryan Sandberg of the Chicago Cubs headed to Christopher B. Followed up by a prospect Spencer Torkelson out of 149 of the Detroit Tigers going to Jim. And our first memorabilia of this one is going to be a Lorenzo Cain Tools of the Trade, followed up by a 40 out of 60 Sherton Apostle rookie signature. Sherton Apostle of the Texas Rangers going to Chris B. And Lorenzo Cain of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Justin. Justin, new to the BreakTraders community this evening. Thank you for joining us. I see you have 4 teams in this break. Would love to see you in other breaks this evening. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com, or use any of the nice discount codes we have going on right now. We have Shane Bieber of the Cleveland Guardians. Shane Bieber of the Cleveland Guardians to get us kicked off right here. And that is heading to Christopher B. Carlos Correa of the Houston Astros going to Chris B. Then we have Charlie Blackmon of the Colorado Rockies headed to Jim. Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels going to Justin. Followed up by a Sandy Koufax out of 149 of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Justin as well. Then we have a Power Roy Campanella of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Now the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Justin. An Unsung Heroes Corey Seager of the Los Angeles Dodgers to Justin. And then a little Fernando Tatis Jr. out of 99. That's an extreme team of the San Diego Padres going to Troy. And then on to our memorabilias. We're going to have a Tools of the Trade Jake Bauers of Cleveland, followed by a rookie patch auto. And that is going to be Mr. Jazz Chisholm of the Miami Marlins. And that's out of 49. That Jazz Chisholm of the Marlins going to Elisa. And the Tools of the Trade Jake Bauers of the Cleveland Guardians headed to Christopher B. Love this little six patch rookie patch auto right there. Especially love the blue, the Miami blue right there. Alrighty. Now let's run these down. We'll run down our parallels and our inserts here. We have the Fernando Tatis Extreme Team out of 99 of the San Diego Padres going to Troy. Followed up by Corey Seager of the Los Angeles Dodgers headed to Justin. A Power Roy Campanella of the Brooklyn, now the Los Angeles Dodgers to Justin as well. Sandy Koufax of the Dodgers out of 149 going to Justin. Then we have Spencer Torkelson of the Detroit Tigers headed to Jim, and that's out of 149. Rin Sandberg of the Chicago Cubs headed to Christopher B, statistically speaking right there. And then Babe Ruth out of 199 of the New York Yankees going to Smart Buy. And now on to our featured cards. First, we have the 2 Tools of the Trade. We have Lorenzo Cain of the Milwaukee Brewers heading to Justin, and Jake Bauers of the Cleveland Guardians going to Christopher. And following that up, we have an out of 60 auto and an out of 49 rookie patch auto. The out of 49 rookie patch auto, Jazz Chisholm of the Miami Marlins going to Elisa. And the Sherton Apostle out of 60 rookie signatures of the Texas Rangers headed to Christopher B. And with that, we are done with break number 1440. We will be right back with 1441 for some Bowman Chrome Hobby Light. we are back with some Bowman Chrome Light. Bowman Chrome Light. And we are going to dive right in right here. This is break 1441, the 2021 Bowman Chrome Light. Get those exclusive black and white minis. Here we go, 10 packs right here. JT Realmuto of the Philadelphia Phillies, followed up by a summer camp Max Meyer of the Miami Marlins, and that's going to Gilbert. Then we have a 40-man futures Hedbert Perez of the Milwaukee Brewers heading to Andrea. Following that up with a Bowman first, Malcolm Nunez of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that's going to be going to Brandon. Followed by Shalin Polanco of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to be heading to Michael, and that is also a Bowman first. I think no auto. There's no guaranteed auto in here. That's one of the things to make it lights, and I think it's 2 last packs. Francisco Lindor of the New York Mets, followed by Freddie Freeman of the Braves. And then here we go, folks. We have a Speckle, Robert Poison. This looks like, oh no, this is the black and white. The black and white right there that is... Yes, exactly. That is exclusive to the hobby. The black and white diamond parallel. Robert Poison of the Oakland Athletics heading to Andrea. Then we have Jefferson Cuero of the Milwaukee Brewers. That's a Bowman first heading to Andrea as well. And Julio Correas of the Colorado Rockies. And that is going to be going to Mike. Miguel Cabrera of the Detroit Tigers, a Keibert Ruiz RC of the Los Angeles Angels, and that's going to Elisa. Followed up by a Dawn of Glory, Austin Hendricks of the Cincinnati Reds, and that is going to Christopher as Christopher B. Following that up with Blaze Jordan of the Red Sox and Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees. A little Luis Patino RC of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Brandon, followed up by a silver prism Cabrian Hayes right there, and that is of the Pittsburgh Pirates headed to Michael, followed by another black and white prism. That's Justin Foscue of the Texas Rangers headed to Daniel. Then we have Mr. C.J. Abrams of the San Diego Padres and Nick Yorke of the Boston Red Sox. They consider that box a mini box. I think that's what it means. Spencer Howard RC of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to Elisa, followed up by Geraldo Padroma of the Arizona Diamondbacks RC to Christopher B. Then we have the 40-man futures of the New York Yankees going to Joe, followed up by Hunter Green of the Cincinnati Reds and Adley Rutschman of the Baltimore Orioles. And we have 5 packs left. We're halfway through this break. Double M, you have not, at least not to my knowledge. We have Javier Baez of the Chicago Cubs, a Julio Rodriguez summer camp of the Seattle Mariners right there, followed up by a black and white prism Drew Romo of the Colorado Rockies going to Mike. Then we have Francisco Alvarez of the Mets and Drew Waters of the Atlanta Braves. Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals. Brian Reynolds of the Pittsburgh Pirates. A 40-man future Spencer Torkelson of the Detroit Tigers going to Michael. Followed up by Emmanuel Beltre of the Toronto Blue Jays. Bowman first going to Daniel. Then we have Po-Yu Chen of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Bowman first edition headed to Michael right there. Yes, folks, if you like baseball, 30% off for the 2021 Donruss Optic and Spectra baseball hobby. Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Blue Jays getting started. And then, ooh, baby, the Bowman Ascensions. That is a case hit right there. And that is Mr. Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees. Getting started with a case hit on a nice Wednesday night in the Bowman Hobby Light right there. Beautiful. Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees. Then we have a Gabriel Arias black and white prism of the Cleveland Guardians headed to Christopher B. Eduardo Garcia Bowman first edition of the Milwaukee Brewers to Andrea. Followed by Kevin Amade of the Chicago Cubs. And that is going to Gilbert. Wow, what a way to get started right there. Yadier Molina of the St. Louis Cardinals, followed by an Alex Kirilloff RC of the Minnesota Twins going to Gilbert. Then we have a silver out of 499 Christian Pache RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Marlin. Followed up by Josiah Gray of the Dodgers and Ed Howard of the Chicago Cubs. We're on to our last pack right here. We have a Jesus Sanchez RC of the Miami Marlins going to Gilbert. Followed up by Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds headed to Christopher right there. And then we have another black and white prism, this one of the Atlanta Braves. That's Braden Shoemake, and that is headed to Marlin. Followed up by Marco Luciano and Jared Kelly. Marco Luciano of the Giants and Jared Kelly of the White Sox. Alrighty, let's run these cards down. Starting, I just want to show off these black and white prisms because it's the first time we've opened this box. We have Braden Shoemake of the Braves, Gabriel Arias of the Cleveland Guardians, Drew Romo of the Colorado Rockies, Justin Foscue of the Texas Rangers, and Robert Poison of the Oakland Athletics. And now our rookie rundown. We have Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds, Jesus Sanchez of the Miami Marlins, a Christian Pache out of 499. Christian Pache out of 499 right there of the Atlanta Braves, and that's going to be heading to Marlin. Alex Kirilloff of the Twins, Geraldo Perdomo of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Spencer Howard of the Phillies, a silver Ke'Bryan Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates, Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays, and Keibert Ruiz of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And now on to our Bowman first. We have Kevin Made of the Chicago Cubs heading to Gilbert right there to get things started, followed by Eduardo Garcia of the Milwaukee Brewers to Andrea. Po-Yu Chen of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Michael. Manuel Beltre of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Daniel. Then we have Julio Correas of the Colorado Rockies headed to Mike. Jefferson Cuero of the Milwaukee Brewers to Andrea. Shalin Polanco of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Michael. And then we have Malcolm Nunez of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that is heading to Brandon. And now on to our featured cards. We have the box hit, the Dawn of Glory, Austin Hendrick of the Cincinnati Reds. And then, oh boy, it is bang bang time. It is the Jason Dominguez case hit. Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees. Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees, and that is going to Joe. And with that, we are done with break number 1441. We'll be right back from BT Field with 1442. We are back right here. We are back right here, and it is time for us to auction off our next team. In certified, we only have one team available. That's the Jacksonville Jaguars. We're going to start the bidding at $50 in increments of $5. That seems like a huge hit, Double M. Congratulations. $50 from Haley. Do we have 55 from Double M? $55 from Double M. Do we have 60? $60 from Haley. $60 from Haley. Do we have 65? Do we have a 65 for the Jaguars? Alrighty, $60. We'll start the 30-second countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids in here, we'll restart a 15-second timer. Alrighty, Haley has won. Haley, you know what to do. The PayPal link is in the chat. John, I can confirm we just loaded the teams too, so you'll be able to see that on the side. While we wait to receive Haley's payment, type Kelsey in the chat. Kelsey in the chat, and we will do a randomization. $14.65. Which one is that? 1 second, Gary. 1 second. Type Kelsey in the chat. Gary, 1465 will break tonight if it fills. We break anything that fills, so I would expect it to fill, but I'd be surprised if it doesn't. And if it doesn't, we can always you can always shoot us an email and we can do a refund for you there. Alrighty, can we get a 10-second countdown, John?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Curtis S.
Curtis S. And Curtis getting the Panini Contenders Draft Picks 2016 pack right there. And folks, we still have some available teams remaining in the basketball breaks that are coming up in this first round of eBays. Take 20% off with the promo code in the chat. JJ Awa, Eli Manning, little Jared Goff, followed by Devonta Freeman, and then a game day DeMarcus Robinson and a game day Cardale Jones. Alrighty. Well, here we go, folks. This is break 1442, the 2021 certified one box pick your team. Yeah.
That's the last thing.
Yeah. Double M, I'll work to heat it up. I mean, in our second break, I just pulled a case hit. Like, I don't know what more I can do, but I'll try to get hot right here for you, baby. We have Sam Darnold of the Carolina Panthers, a little Jimmy Garoppolo out of 299 of the 49ers. Then we have a Stars Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers right there, followed by Mr. A.J. Brown of the Titans and Jalen Hurts of the Eagles. And before we get into this next pack, I just want to welcome Brad with the New Orleans Saints, John with the Jets, Blaze with the 49ers, Cody with the Titans, and Brad with the Washington football team. Thanks for joining BreakTraders this evening. Really appreciate you joining us, and new users can get 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com with promo code NEWBT. We have a little Josh Allen of the Jacksonville Jaguars, followed by a Gold Team Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans. Gold Team Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans, followed by Joey Burrow of the Bengals and Kirk Cousins of the Minnesota Vikings. And here we go. Our first one is going to be a little Desi Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans out of 149. Des Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans out of 149, and that is headed to Cody. Then we have a little J.J. Watt of the Arizona Cardinals, followed by a Stars Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, heading to Chris, followed up by Jonathan Taylor of the Colts and Devin White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And here we go. Our next hit is going to be a Felipe Franks rookie signatures, and that is 32 out of 35. Felipe Franks of the Atlanta Falcons, headed to Gary. That's a thick one right there. We have a little Justin Herbert of the Chargers, followed by Jalen Waddle out of 199 of the Miami Dolphins, going to Gary. Then we're going to have a Gold Team Devin White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and that's going to Chris, followed up by Derek Carr and Devontae Parker. I'll tell you, Trevor Lawrence looked good last week, though. You know, I bet on the Bengals, and I teased them, thankfully, so I got the win, but I was sweating. Jonnu Smith of the Patriots, followed up by a Gregory Rousseau Groot out of 75 right there. And that is going to be heading to Todd with the Buffalo Bills. Then we have Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team and Baker Mayfield of the Cleveland Browns. And here we go. We have a Stat Smashers Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints. Stat Smashers Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints. And that is a case hit right there. And wow, I feel terrible pulling this when Cynthia doesn't have the Saints. That is going to Brad. Nice hit right there. And that is certainly getting a sizzle sticker right here. I saw that it was Breeze of the Saints and was like, that's going to be a nice card. And then looked up on our board here and was like, oh, that is not Miss Cynthia. David Montgomery of the Bears. Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings with the graffiti. Followed up by Mr. Kelvin Ridley of the Atlanta Falcons. And Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks. Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks. And here we go. Our next hit is a freshman fabrics out of 99, Justin Fields. And these hands are hot and we are sizzling right now. We are absolutely on fire. Whew! And that is going to Haley. John, you might want to go get the fire extinguisher. No, screw that. Let's live in the heat right now. Chase Claypool of the Steelers. Followed up by a dark horse, Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills. Then we have Jalen Rager of the Philadelphia Eagles, followed by T. Higgins of the Bengals. Brett, are you talking about Justin Fields or Drew Brees? And then here we go, folks. It's going to be a new generation Kenneth Gainwell out of 249. New generation Kenneth Gainwell out of 249 of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Daniel. Got it. Perfect. Thank you, Brett. Appreciate you. Robbie Anderson of the Carolina Panthers. Little Asante Samuel out of 25. Ooh, baby. Of the Los Angeles Chargers. Right there. And that is going to be heading to Steven. Nope. That just... penny sleeve just broke right there. Followed up by the seal of approval, Mr. James Robinson of the Jaguars. Then we have Justin Jefferson of the Vikings and Carson Wentz of the Colts. Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans. Little Dwame Brown out of 299 of the Washington Football Team headed to Brad. Then we have the filler right there, followed up by a Dak Prescott Stars of the Dallas Cowboys going to Steven. Then we have Mr. Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, followed up by Darren Waller of the Raiders. On to our next one right here. We have George Kittle of the 49ers, Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys, followed up by a little out of 75, Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans, and that's a stars going to Cody. And then we have Nick Chubb of the Browns and Matt Ryan of the Falcons to wrap up that break. And now we got to run it down, and ooh baby, are we hot in this one. 3 of our rookie hits right here. The Dwame Brown out of 299 of the Washington Football Team headed to Brad. The out of 75, Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills to Todd. And the out of 199, Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins headed to Gary. And now on to our featured cards. We have the out of 25, Asante Samuel of the Los Angeles Chargers. And that is going to be heading to Steven. Followed up by some new generation patches, and then in the middle of that we have a little Felipe Franks sticker. The new generation Kenneth Gainwell of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Daniel. Des Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans headed to Cody, and Felipe Franks of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Gary. Felipe's out of 35, Des out of 149, and Kenneth out of 249. And then we have not one but 2 mag-tastic hits right here. The young and the restless. Just kidding. The young and the old. We have the Drew Brees Stat Smashers case hit, followed up by Mr. Justin Fields with that rookie patch auto. And that's a nice card. That is 69 out of 99. And with that, we are done with break 1442. We will be right back with break 1443. Alrighty, folks. We are back. We are back. And we're ready to rock. And remember, there's still some teams available for the next couple breaks here. Both the Revolution Basketball and Clearly Donruss take 20% off using the code in the chat. 20% off using the code in the chat. That means you could get all of those, including the Lakers in Revolution, for 11, 13, 42, 46, 52, 63 plus 5, 68. You could get all of those for roughly, let me just do the math right there, 68 to $54. Seems like a great deal. You get about 8 teams right there. Go in and buy them now. In the meantime, we're about to dive into this Donruss, but let's do our next keyword giveaway. What do you say, John?
That sounds good to me.
John is ready. I am ready. The keyword is crime. NCIS incorrect, Breaking Bad incorrect, Law and Order incorrect, Shameless incorrect, Brooklyn Nine-Nine incorrect, Altered Carbon incorrect. I never could get into Altered Carbon. I tried though. CSI Miami is incorrect. No correct guesses yet. And that is it. Alrighty, that's it right there. Which means it is time for break number 1443. The 2021 Panini Donruss Hobby Hybrid 1 Boxer. Hobby Hybrid H2. We have 10 cards per pack and 10 packs per box. Alrighty. Mr. Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, followed by Deebo Samuel of the 49ers. A little Mike Williams of the Chargers. Mike Williams only got 1 point in fantasy this week on Monday night, causing me to lose by about half a point, so that was lovely. Then we have Kyler Murray of the Cardinals, followed up by that little Dak Prescott variation of the Cowboys. And then a Gregory Rousseau, a rated rookie of the Buffalo Bills, headed to Cynthia. And then we're going to have a green Brevin Jordan of the Houston Texans going to Anthony right there, followed by a red press-proof Marcus Peters of the Baltimore Ravens, a highlights Justin Herbert of the Chargers, and then Mr. Nick Bosa of the San Francisco 49ers to wrap up that pack. And before we get into the next pack, I want to welcome Brian with both the Chicago Bears and Las Vegas Raiders, Anthony with the Detroit Lions, Houston Texans, Indianapolis Colts, Los Angeles Chargers, and Philadelphia Eagles. Then we have Michael with the New England Patriots and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Sam with the New York Jets, Lewis with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Jared with the 49ers. Welcome to BreakTraders. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. T-Man, I don't know if we'll get a snake draft, but I'm hoping to get a hit draft for sure. We have Adam Thielen of the Minnesota Vikings, Jamal Adams of the Seahawks, Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington Football Team, Jared Goff of the Lions, followed by Mr. Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs and Devontae Adams of the Packers. Then we have Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals heading to Cynthia, followed up by a red press-proof CD Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys right there. Then we have an Elite Series Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns, followed up by Tyreek Hill Dominators of the Kansas City Chiefs. I do remember you saying that, folks. And yeah, if you're on our Discord, you can get 40% off that hit draft. 40% off that hit draft. Max, or you can just take your normal 30% off with the promo code in the chat on that one. We have Max Crosby of the Raiders, Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, Jameis Winston of the Saints, T. Higgins of the Bengals, a little Joey Montana of the 49ers, followed up by Emmitt Smith of the Cowboys. Then we have a Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams headed to Cynthia, followed by a red press-proof Simi Fioku of the Dallas Cowboys going to Carlos. The champ is here, Devin White of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Michael, followed up by the rookies, Cornell Powell of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Carlos. Unfortunately, based on the schedule, I think that hit draft won't be until midnight. Based on where we are right now. Melvin Gordon of the Broncos, followed by Joe Montana of the 49ers, Dan Marino of the Dolphins, Jeremy Chin of the Panthers, TJ Watt of the Steelers, CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys, a J.C. Horn rated rookie of the Carolina Panthers headed to Zurich, followed up by an Elijah Moore rookie out of 100, the silver press proof of the New York Jets going to Sam. And then, boom, goes the dynamite. It is Mr. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers. That's going to be an Elite Series rookie, and that is headed to Jared with the San Francisco 49ers. And then we have the portrait, Ramondre Stevenson of the New England Patriots headed to Michael. And what a pack that was right there. Andy Dalton of the Bears, Darius Slayton of the Giants, Tyler Boyd of the Bengals, Jerome Baker of the Dolphins, followed by Tyrann Mathieu of the Chiefs, Larry Fitzgerald of the Cardinals. Then we have Des Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans heading to Cynthia. Des Fitzpatrick of the Titans to Cynthia. A red press-proof Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints going to Cynthia. Followed up by an Elite Series rookies, Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to Lewis. And then we have a rated rookie portraits, Des Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans. And that is going to Cynthia as well. And we're halfway through this break. Hunter Henry of the Patriots, Ndamukong Suh of the Bucks, followed up by A.J. Green of the Cardinals. Then we have Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, followed up by Brett Favre of the Packers, Adrian Amos of the Packers, a Kellen Mond rated rookie of the Minnesota Vikings, headed to Haley, followed up by a red press-proof Xavier Howard of the Miami Dolphins. Then we have a retro series, Warren Moon of the Tennessee Titans going to Cynthia, and then a Davis Mills Gridiron Kings rookies right there. The Houston Texans going to Anthony. Davis Mills, what an impressive performance against the Buffalo Bills on Sunday. J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens, followed by Stephon Diggs of the Bills. Then we have a little Russell Gage of the Falcons, Joey Bosa of the Chargers, Alejandro Villanueva of the Steelers, followed by Jarrett Patterson of the Washington Football Team, followed up by a green Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. That Jarrett Patterson going to Daniel, and this Terrace Marshall Jr. going to Zirk, followed up by Danielle Hunter of red press proof of the Minnesota Vikings, a Power Formulas Justin Herbert of the Los Angeles Chargers, and then the rookies, Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens heading to Cynthia. Justin Herbert looking like a top 5 quarterback, I would argue. I mean, right now, you think about it, you have Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and Justin Herbert. Like, those three are going to dominate the quarterback position for the next 15, 20 years. Olivier Vernon of the Browns, Fletcher Cox of the Eagles, Michael Pittman Jr. of the Colts, Terry McLaurin of the Washington Football Team, Quinnen Williams of the New York Jets, followed by DeAndre Swift of the Lions. Then we have Tommy Tremblay of the Carolina Panthers headed to Zirk. Kyler as well, followed by a red press proof Chad Johnson of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to Cynthia. And then we have an Elite Series, Nick Bosa of the 49ers going to Jared, followed by the rookies, Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens headed to Cynthia. Harry, you think I'm salty about Mike Williams? I'm really salty about what Mr. Kyler Murray and DeAndre Hopkins did to the Bills last year. Kareem Hunt of the Browns, Miles Sanders of the Eagles, a little David Johnson of the Texans, followed by Drew Brees of the Saints, Kyle Long of the Chiefs, Jalen Ramsey of the Rams, followed by Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah of the Cleveland Browns, going to Christopher B. And then we have the red press-proof TJ Watt of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Lewis, followed up by a retro series, Andre Johnson of the Houston Texans to Anthony, and a Dominators, Philip Lindsay of the Denver Broncos. I think Josh Allen is number 2 behind Mahomes, and I think that quite possibly this year Mr. Allen shows that he's number 1. But he hasn't yet. He's actually not played as well as last year, so we will wait and see. Sunday night will be very telling. I'm not working on Monday. Devin Singletary of the Bills, Jacoby Myers of the Patriots, Robbie Anderson of the Panthers, Leonard Floyd of the Rams. Then we have Mr. Tom Brady of the Bucks, followed by Josh Allen of the Bills. Then we have Christian Darrisaw of the Minnesota Vikings going to Haley, followed up by a Kyle Pitts out of 500 of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Brooks, an inducted Peyton Manning of the Denver Broncos, and then Aaron Donald of the Rams. You think Brady's number 1 right now, Mr. CEO? Like talent-wise in the league right now, today? I'll say he's the greatest of all time. I'll sing respect. Like, I don't know if today I would take Brady. Like, if I had to win a game tomorrow, I think I'm taking Patrick Mahomes probably. But all things equal, like offense, defense, all the surrounding players equal. Kyle Pitts out of 500 to start off this rookie rundown, headed to Brooks. Christian Darrisaw of the Minnesota Vikings. Then we have Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah of the Browns. The rookies, Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens. Tommy Tremblay of the Carolina Panthers. Tylan Wallace, the rookies of the Ravens. A Terrace Marshall Jr. Green of the Carolina Panthers headed to Zerk. Followed up by Jarrett Patterson of the Washington Football Team. The Gridiron Kings rookies, Davis Mills of the Houston Texans. Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings. Dez Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans. Followed up by Najee Harris, Elite Series rookies of the Steelers. Ian Book, Red Press Proof of the Saints. Des Fitzpatrick of the Titans. The portraits from Andre Stevenson of the Patriots. The Silver Press Proof Elijah Moore of the New York Jets. Followed by J.C. Horn of the Panthers. The rookies, Cornell Powell of the Chiefs. The Red Press Proof Simi Fiuku of the Cowboys. Chitaris Tutu Atwell of the Rams. Chris Evans of the Bengals. Brevin Jordan of the Texans. And Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills. Haha, Cynthia, right? From anywhere on the field. And then the only big hit out of this one was the Elite Series rookies, Trey Lance. Elite Series rookies, Trey Lance right there. And with that, we are done with break 1443. We will be right back from the hardwood in just a moment. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, I guess Brady right now is who you'd want down 3 with 2 minutes left. Brady. I mean, Rodgers does the same thing. I mean, yeah, but Brady is killer instinct. Like, you know he's gonna win. You know, like when he stepped up, when he had 40 seconds left against the Cowboys, knew they were gonna win. I did a live bet on him to win right there. All right, we're going to auction off this first the 4 remaining teams for this Revolution hobby. It's the Nets, Rockets, Pacers, and Heat. $10 from T-Man. $12 from Mr. CEO. $12 from CEO. $15 from T-Man, coming out firing. We're going to start a 30-second countdown. Any bids in the 30-second window will trigger a 15-second countdown. 17 from Justin. Any bids after this will re-trigger a 15-second countdown. $20 from T-Man, which means we'll have a 15-second countdown right after this. Alrighty, 15 seconds on the clock. Let's see what happens. $21 from Aaron. 21 from Aaron, which means we'll have another countdown. $22 from T-Man. 22 from T-Man, which means there will be another 15-second timer. Alrighty. T-Man takes it $22. T-Man takes it for $22, which means, well, we're going to do our next keyword. Type crime in the chat. Crime in the chat to be entered to win. All right, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Thomas Cisneros.
Thomas getting the Upper Decks Hockey Young Guns. Upper Deck Hockey 2021, like looking for those young guns right there. Cam Talbot of the Minnesota Wilds, Chris Kreider right there of the New York Rangers. Then we have a little Brandon Syed of the Rockies, Elias Peterson of the Canucks, Chris Letang right there of the Pittsburgh Pirates from the NHL All-Star game. Then we have Carter Veritag of the Panthers, Jacob Slavin from the NHL All-Star game of, I believe that's the Carolina Hurricanes, and then Jacob Markstrom, and that is the Columbus Blue Jackets? Not sure, from the NHL All-Star game. All righty. All right. Here we go. This is break 1444, the 2020-21 Revolution One Box Pick Your Team. Are you there for work or pleasure, Haley? We have a little Mitchell Robinson of the New York Knicks, followed by Devin Booker of the Suns, Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks. Then we have an Astro, Theo Maledon of the Oklahoma City Thunder, going to Tim right there, followed up by Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls, headed to Brandon. And before we get into our next pack, just want to welcome all the newbies to BreakTraders. We have Joseph with the Dallas Mavericks, Thomas with the Minnesota Timberwolves, John with the New Orleans Pelicans, Tim with the Oklahoma City Thunder, the Orlando Magic, and the Phoenix Suns. James with the 76ers, followed up by Aaron with the Portland Trailblazers, Justin with the Sacramento Kings, James with the Spurs, Aaron with the Raptors, and James with the Wizards. Welcome to BreakTraders. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase of BreakTraders.com. We have Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Dallas Mavericks to get things kicking right here. Then we're going to have a little Kyle Lowry, and that is going to be an Astro Kyle Lowry of the Los Angeles Lakers going to Curtis, followed up by a Shockwave Revolution Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers headed to Cynthia. Alrighty, folks, here we go. We have an auto, and that is going to be Mr. Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs going to James. James hitting the auto in his first break with BreakTraders. Nice, Haley. I will be in Tennessee in next weekend. We get in Saturday and leave on Tuesday. We have Steph Curry of the Warriors, Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, Kelly Oubre Jr. of the Golden State Warriors as well. And then we're going to have a Mr. Trey Jones, and that is going to be a cubic out of 50 of the San Antonio Spurs. Cubic out of 50 going to James. And that is number 1 out of 50. And right now it seems to be a Spurs breaks, followed by Elijah Hughes, RC of the Utah Jazz, going to Curtis. Going to Nashville for the Buffalo Bills Monday Nighter. Brandon Ingram of the Pelicans, followed by Chris Middleton of the Bucks, Kyle Lowry of the Raptors. Then we have a little Brooke Lopez Astro of the Milwaukee Bucks as well, going to Brandon. Followed up by a Killian Hayes Rookie Revolution of the Detroit Pistons, going to Cynthia. Yeah, I cannot wait. Flying with 400 Bills fans. We have 2 back-to-back charter flights from Buffalo. DeJounte Murray of the Spurs, Jason Tatum of the Celtics, little Kevin Durant of the Brooklyn Nets, a Vortex Ben Simmons of the Philadelphia 76ers headed to James. And then we have CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers going to Aaron. Yeah, the only thing that's different is we won't have any late night breaks Friday just because I got to be up and on the road to Buffalo super early on Saturday. Nikola Vukovic of the Orlando Magic, Steven Adams of the Pelicans, a little Karis Levert of the Brooklyn Nets, followed by a groove Russell Westbrook of the Washington Wizards going to James right there, followed up by a rookie revolution Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards going to James as well. Yes, sir, Eric. I'm a Bills season ticket holder and love going to games. Luka Doncic of the Mavs, Christian Wood of the Houston Rockets, followed by Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics. Then we have a Brandon Clark, and that is going to be a fractal of the Memphis Grizzlies, and that is going to be going to Josh. Followed up by an Anthony Edwards RC right there. A little Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves headed to Thomas. Not a bad box of Revolution by any means. I feel like we've been pulling a lot of autos out of Revolution lately. Miles Bridges of the Hornets, Chris Paul of the Suns, Bradley Beal of the Washington Wizards, a groove Terrell Terry of the Dallas Mavericks going to Joseph. And then we have a little Vortex Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz headed to Curtis. And here we go. We're going to run down our veteran inserts. We have the Vortex Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz, the Vortex Ben Simmons of the 76ers, a Shockwave Revolution Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers right there to get things going. And then our parallels are going to be a Kyle Kuzma Astro of the Lakers, an Astro Brook Lopez of the Bucks, a Fractal Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, and a groove Russell Westbrook of the Washington Wizards. And now on to our rookie rundown. We have CJ Ellaby of the Portland Trailblazers headed to Aaron, Elijah Hughes of the Utah Jazz going to Curtis, and Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls going to Brandon. And then our insert and parallel rookies. We have the rookie revolution Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards headed to James. The rookie revolution Killian Hayes of the Detroit Pistons headed to Cynthia. Then we have an Astro Theo Maledon of the Oklahoma City Thunder and heading to Tim. And a groove Terrell Terry of the Dallas Mavericks going to Joseph. And with that, we are now on to our featured cards, of which there are 3. We have the Anthony Edwards base, the Cubic Trey Jones, and the Devin Vassell auto. Anthony Edwards of the Timberwolves going to Thomas, and Devin Vassell and Trey Jones of the San Antonio Spurs going to James. And with that, we are done with break 1444. We will be right back with 1445. We are back, and we have 4 teams to auction off in this clearly Donruss break. It's the Nets, it's the Cavs, the Raptors, and the Wizards. Bidding will begin at $10 in increments of $1. Wizards was a bust, Eric. I apologize about that. Warriors, sorry. 20 from T-Man to get things kicking. $20 from T-Man, and we are going to get started with our 30-second countdown. Thanks for joining us, Eric. Feel free to join us again. Wednesday and Friday nights at 7:30 p.m. Alrighty, T-Man, you've got them and you know what to do. And I think it's time for our next keyword. What do you think, John?
Sounds good to me. I'm ready.
John's ready, I'm ready, and we will rock and roll. Well, apparently I wasn't ready.
Okay, I beat you for once.
You did. You got me. Alrighty, here we go, folks. The keyword is revenge, which John just got at me for all those times. I'm like, are you ready? Because I just assume that he just is on the same brainwave as I am and is just thinking exactly what I'm thinking without giving him any heads up whatsoever. I don't know, John, is it a lot for me to ask of you to just read my mind and just anticipate my needs?
I don't think I can do that part. I do the best I can.
And you do a hell of a job. Both you and Dan do. We wouldn't be here without you.
Thanks.
Let's get some show guesses. The boys. Good show, but not correct. Show giveaway guessing has ended. No correct guesses right there. Alrighty. Yep, I loaded them. Here we go, folks. A little 2020-21 clearly Donruss basketball to get things cooking. Four packs per box, 5 cards per pack. What is my favorite basketball? Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks, followed up by going to Daniel, followed by Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns, headed to Jeremy. Then we have a Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics, and that is going to Scott, followed by a Skylar Mays, rated rookie of the Atlanta Hawks, headed to Daniel, and a Cassius Stanley RC of the Indiana Pacers going to Cynthia. I love those Prism T-Malls that I got and we were doing eBays of. Those were definitely fun. My favorite though is probably Court Kings. I just love the looks of the cards. We have De'Aaron Fox of the Sacramento Kings to Justin. Paul George of the Los Angeles Clippers going to Cynthia. And then we have a dominant Damian Lillard of the Portland Trailblazers. And that is going to be going to Jeremy. Followed up by a Saban Lee RC of the Detroit Pistons right there. And that is heading to Mr. CEO. Followed up by Jaden McDaniels, rated rookie of the Minnesota Timberwolves, going to Andy. And we are halfway through this break, and I would love to welcome Scott with the Celtics, Justin with the Nuggets, Bucks, Kings, and Utah Jazz, and then Andy with the Timberwolves. Welcome to Break Traders. Feel free to use promo code NEWBT at BreakTraders.com for 20% off your first purchase. Brandon Ingram of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Steven. Karl Anthony Towns of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Andy. Then we have Mr. Sam Merrill, RC, of the Milwaukee Bucks, and that is going to be going to Justin. Followed up by Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors, and that is going to Mr. CEO. And then we have a little Mason Jones of the Philadelphia 76ers going to Thomas. And we're on to our fourth pack here. Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors to Mr. CEO. Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics going to Scott. Followed by John Collins of the Atlanta Hawks going to Daniel. And then, boom goes the dynamite. We have he came in like a mellow ball of the Charlotte Hornets going to Jeremy. LaMelo Ball of the Charlotte Hornets headed to Jeremy. And then to wrap up this break, it's a hometown hero. That is Mr. Isaiah Stewart of the Detroit Pistons from Rochester, New York, heading to Mr. CEO. Alrighty, let's run this break down. We have Damian Lillard, the dominant of the Portland Trailblazers, going to Jeremy. And now our rookie rundown. We have Mr. Isaiah Stewart of the Detroit Pistons headed to Mr. CEO. Mason Jones of the 76ers to Thomas. Nico Mannion of the Golden State Warriors to Mr. CEO. Sam Merrill of the Milwaukee Bucks going to Justin. Jaden McDaniels of the Minnesota Timberwolves headed to Andy. Followed up by Saban Lee of the Detroit Pistons to Mr. CEO. Cassius Stanley of the Indiana Pacers going to Cynthia. And Skylar Mays of the Atlanta Hawks headed to Daniel. And now our featured card. He came in like a mellow ball. And you can see right through that card. And that is headed to Jeremy. And with that, we are done with break 1445. We will be right back in 5 minutes with a personal UFC break for T-Man. We are here and we're in the Foctagon. T-Man, are you with us? T-Man, once you tell me you're ready to rip, we're going to dive in. T-Man is ready to see some fire, and I'm ready to pull some. We started out super hot, like outrageously hot, and then have slowed down. So let's start the sizzle right here and then roll it right into some origins. Well, Joanna Jedrzejczyk, strawweight, followed by Tyron Woodley, welterweight, Stipe Miocic, heavyweight, a Michael Chiesa, welterweight, a Disco Brock Lesnar, heavyweight, followed up by a Premier Disco Aspen Alad, and that is a little bantamweight right there. Marlon Moraes, bantamweight, followed by Davison Figueroa, flyweight, a Chung Sung Jung, featherweight, Alexander Volkanovski, featherweight, and then a blue, and that's going to be out of 99, Cynthia Calvillo, and that is a flyweight right there. Followed up by a Cynthia Calvillo silver, and that is a flyweight. We did get one Chronicles UFC box. We got one like allocated, so I will be getting a break posted of that today. I didn't even realize I was getting it till it showed up. But we will have that posted for Friday. Jimmy Crew, it's just way more expensive than these selects, so it'll be interesting to see if it fills or not. Jimmy Crew, light heavyweight RC right there to T-Man. Followed up by Colby Covington, a welterweight. Marvin Vittorio RC, a middleweight right there, followed up by a octagon side Israel Adesanya, middleweight right there, followed up by a premier level Diego Ferrara, and that is a welterweight. And then we have a silver octagon side Marlon Moraes, bantamweight, to finish up that pack, and we are 3 packs in. We have Dominic Cruz, bantamweight, Rob Font, bantamweight, a Khamzat Chimaev, welterweight RC right there, followed up by Jared Cannonier, middleweight. Then we have a premier level Jorge Masvidal, welterweight, and a red premier level Uriah Faber, bantamweight, to finish off that personal for T-Man. Alrighty, let's run down the rookie cards we pulled for T-Man. We have Khamzat Chimaev, welterweight, Marvin Vittori, middleweight, and Jimmy Crute, a light heavyweight. Following that up, we have some of our premier levels and prisms. Jorge Masvidal, premier level welterweight. Diego Ferrara, premier level light heavyweight. The silver Cynthia Calvillo, flyweight. A disco premier level Aspen Alad, bantamweight, followed up by a disco Brock Lesnar, heavyweight. And then we have our octagon sides. We have Israel Adesanya, middleweight, followed by a silver Marlon Moraes, bantamweight. Then we have the red out of 199, Uriah Faber, premier level bantamweight. And the blue out of 99, Cynthia Calvillo, flyweight, to wrap up that personal for T-Man. Thank you, T-Man, for joining that personal. And we will be right back with some Origins football. Alrighty. The moment you've all been waited for, but I'm going to make you wait just a second longer. Type revenge in the chat. Revenge in the chat. John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Cynthia.
Cynthia getting the Chronicles 2019-20 right here. RJ Barrett of the Knicks, followed by a little Steph Curry of the Warriors. Then we have Sekou Doumbouya of the Pistons, RJ Barrett of the Knicks, and a Zion Williamson RC of the New Orleans Pelicans. And you're going to need to top load this. Oh, wait, I got one right here.
Top load or mag?
Nice hit for Cynthia right there out of Chronicles. No problem. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, the first Origins football break of the night. This one is a pick your team plus random. We have two more of those available. One's a one boxer and one is a two boxer. You can get those for 30% off. And then we have a hit draft where you're guaranteed a card. But I got to tell you, I think the best value might be in these PYTs plus a random. I should have been doing those for all of our smaller card breaks going into this, especially with the 5 randomizations. Alrighty, let's see how many times we randomize it. The top 5 will get assigned, but first we will randomize the teams right here. Let's see what order we're going to randomize this in. 10 times. Oh, alrighty. We have the Bears, the Jaguars, the Patriots, the Jets, and the 49ers. And we're going to randomize it 10 times. No, we're not going to, I don't think we're going to do any more division randoms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alrighty, so this is going to be the order of the teams. The order of the teams right here. And now we will randomize the users, and then 1 through 5 will be matched up. 1 through 5 will be matched up. Number 1 will get the Jaguars. 3 would get the Patriots, and so on and so forth. And we're going to randomize the users 8 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. There we go. Alrighty, we will match these up and put these in. We have Haley with the Jaguars, Brooks with the Chicago Bears. Then we have, with the New England Patriots, we have Haley. Following that up, we have the 49ers going to Bill, and the New York Jets going to Mr. Lucas. We'll get these teams loaded right now. And we are diving in. It definitely is congratulations to Haley, but I do feel like she would have preferred... I mean, definitely 2 in the top 5 is phenomenal, but the Bears. But I could be wrong. Alrighty, let's get cooking. First off, we have Mr. Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys, and that is going to be 128 out of 299. Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys right there, and that is headed to Lucas. Following up Mr. Prescott, we are going to have a... David Johnson out of 25. David Johnson out of 25, and that's a little turquoise right there. Beautiful, beautiful looking cards of the Houston Texans, and that is going to Andrew. Card number 3. That is going to be Mr. Matthew Stafford. Matt Stafford right there of the Los Angeles Rams. And that is going to Adam. And then our first rookie, it is going to be Mr. Michael Carter with the originals of the New York Jets. Origins originals of the New York Jets right there. And that is going to be heading to Lucas. Alrighty, and here are our 3 big hits. First up, we have a Pittsburgh Steeler, and that is going to be a Mr. T.J. Watt Hometown Roots patch out of 25, and that is heading to Mr. CEO. These cards are absolutely beautiful. Next up, it is going to be a New England Patriot headed to Haley, and it is going to be, holy hell, it is Mac Diddley Jones. Mac Diddley Jones, 17 out of 25 with that rookie patch auto. What a hit right there. Whew! Wow. And get me a sizzle sticker, because we are on fire. Whew. Last but not least, are we going to be able to top that?
Let's hope so.
Let's hope so. Is right. We are going to have a rookie booklet patch auto, 18 out of 49. That is Mr. Kyle Trask. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Lucas. 18 out of 49. The booklet headed to Lucas. What a nice hit right there. Alrighty, folks, let's run down these cards. First off, we have Matt Stafford of the Los Angeles Rams heading to Adam. Matt Stafford of the Rams heading to Adam. Followed by Dak Prescott out of 299 of the Dallas Cowboys heading to Lucas. Then we have a David Johnson, 16 out of 25 of the Houston Texans heading to Andrew. Followed up by an Originals Michael Carter of the New York Jets. The New York Jets going to Lucas as well. And then we have Mr. T.J. Watt. Mr. T.J. Watt out of 25, the hometown roots patch of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to Mr. CEO. And then our two big hits. Magtastic sizzle stickers. We have the Mac Jones out of 25. The Mac Jones out of 25 and the Kyle Trask out of 49. And that Mac Jones headed to Haley. That Kyle Trask headed to Lucas. And with that, we are done with break 1468. Done with break 1468. We will be right back with some more Origins football. Alrighty, we are back with some more Origins football. Remember, you can get 30% off of any of the breaks that are currently the current Origins breaks out there. 3 spots left in that hit draft. That'll go around midnight tonight. Would love to see that rock and roll for sure. But next up, we have a division random. And I think before we dive into this division random, John, we'll do another giveaway.
Okay.
Alrighty, John, are you ready?
I am.
All right, perfect. I am ready as well. And here we go. The keyword is money. First Origins hit of the night. Money, 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 money. Money.
Some guesses.
Some guesses, but none correct right now.
Well, this might be a hard one.
Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Oh, nope.
Never mind. As soon as we say it, we get back-to-back billions. So we're gonna give them both a pack. We're gonna give both Cynthia and Phil packs right there. Phil is going to be this first one, and John, I'll hand it straight to you so you can keep them separate. We have a little Cameron Johnson, Nikhil Alexander Walker, Brandon Clark, followed up by Kobe White, and then Jarrett Culver. There you go.
Thank you.
And now to Cynthia. Darius Garland of the Cavs, followed by Andre Drummond of the Cavaliers as well. Jarrett Culver, rookie and stars. Giannis of the Bucks, and DeAndre Hunter of the Atlanta Hawks. And here you go for that one.
Thanks.
Awesome. Yeah, double winners, which means I'll need to take a second here. We'll put another Chronicles in there. And we'll put a Topps Bunt 2016 in the giveaway stock pot as well. Folks, I'll tell you what, because I know that it's some of the hesitation with that Origins hit draft. It'll be a little harder on us, but if we fill that by 9:30 for the 30% off, or if you join our Discord, you can find the 40% off link. We will break that before our next round of eBay breaks, even if that pushes those back a little bit, but I don't think it will. And there we go, some more Chronicles jump diving in there as well. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 1147, the 2021 Origins Football One Box Division, a random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this one. And that is going to be 8 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. We have Bill with the AFC East, Double M with the AFC North, Mr. CEO with the AFC South, Haley with the AFC West, Jordan with the NFC East, Mr. CEO with the NFC North, Haley with the NFC South, and Mr. CEO with the NFC West. And we will start to open this as we get those teams loaded. I'm just going to have to rip that bottom off because I don't want to damage the cards trying to get that out. Some of these boxes aren't very functional. Alrighty. Our first card up going to Double M with the Cleveland Browns is going to be Mr. Jarvis Landry out of 299. Jarvis Landry with the 73 out of 299 of the Cleveland Browns. Next up, we are going to have a little Austin Eckler, and that is going to be a silver out of 79 of the Los Angeles Chargers heading to Haley. Austin Eckler of the Chargers headed to Haley. Next up, a little Sammy Darnold of the Carolina Panthers. Sam Darnold of the Carolina Panthers. And that is going to be heading to Haley as well. Following up Mr. Darnold, we have a Chris Godwin of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Chris Godwin of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and that is going to Haley. All right. Haley's had some wild luck with 3 of the first 4 cards headed her way.
Wow.
All right, next up, we have of the Detroit Lions out of 199. It is the 3-color patch, and that is Mr. Amon-Ra St. Brown, and that is heading to Mr. CEO. Next up, we have a Cornell Powell with the on-card auto. Cornell Powell with the on-card auto, not numbered. And that is heading to Haley with the Kansas City Chiefs. The hit draft has sold out, and we're going to sneak that in after Mr. CEO's personal before the eBays. And here we go, our last one of this. It's a redemption, and it is going to be a rookie jumbo jerseys autograph, Rashad Bateman. Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens. Rashad Bateman of the Ravens going to Double M. Alrighty. Let's run these cards down. Chris Godwin of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, base headed to Haley. Followed by a Sam Darnold of the Carolina Panthers, base headed to Haley. Then we have a Jarvis Landry out of 299 headed to Double M. Followed up by Austin Eckler out of 79 going to Haley. And next up we have our 3 auto and memorabilia, and we're going to lay them all out. We have the Rashad Bateman redemption of the Baltimore Ravens to Double M. Cornell Powell of the Kansas City Chiefs headed to Haley. And then the Amon-Ra St. Brown patch out of 199 headed to Mr. CEO. And with that, we are done with break 1147. We will be back in 3 minutes with a break 1146. We are back with more Origins, and it's going to be a card random. But before we do that, folks, let's randomize money. Type money in the chat. Michael, Obsidian will break. Obsidian will break when we are able to, when it fills. All right, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Jordan Helmer.
Jordan Helmer getting the Upper Deck hockey. Tyler Tolafi, Alexander Wenberg, Mark Stahl, Jack Eichel, Nick Robertson, Justin Schultz, Matthias Janmark, and Nick Camarano. Nice. Alrighty, folks. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 1146, the Origins Football 1-box card random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize the order of the members of the BT community in this break, and that is going to be 6 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Alrighty, that means once we randomize the cards after we pull them out of here, Double M will get the first one, Jordan the second, and so on and so forth. What'd you say? Here we go, folks. The first card out of this one is going to be a Darius Leonard base. Darius Leonard base of the Indianapolis Colts. Next up, we are going to have a Anthony Schwartz RC. Anthony Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns. Anthony Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns is the second card in this Origins card random break. Number 3 is going to be a little T.J. Watt hometown roots. And that is 6 out of 99 of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Following that one up, we have a Anthony Schwartz rookie patch auto. And that is not numbered, that Anthony Schwartz rookie patch auto right there of the Cleveland Browns. The second Anthony Schwartz we've pulled in this one. Next up, we have a Davis Mills no numbered rookie patch auto. Davis Mills of Mr. Longneck of the Houston Texans. Our next card in this one is going to be a Tommy Brady. Tom Brady, and that is 211 out of 299 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And last but not least, it is going to be a Mr. Julio Jones, 4 out of 79 of the Tennessee Titans. Whew, pretty cards right there. Alrighty. Well, let's randomize these cards. It's going to be 10 times on the randomization. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alrighty, folks. Here we go. We will start in position 1. Mr. Double M getting the Anthony Schwartz base RC of the Cleveland Browns. Next up, Jordan getting the base Darius Leonard of the Indianapolis Colts. Then we have Haley getting the 4 out of 79 Julio Jones of the Tennessee Titans. And the second card heading to Haley's way in this break is going to be Mr. TJ Watt, the 6 out of 99 of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Kenneth is getting the Davis Mills rookie patch auto. The Davis Mills rookie patch auto. Card number 5 right there. Card number 6 goes to Devin, and that is going to be Mr. Tom Brady. The 211 out of 299, and Brett is right. That is a pretty card right there. And then last but not least, going to Bill, it is going to be the Anthony Schwartz rookie patch auto. Anthony Schwartz rookie patch auto to wrap up break 1146. We'll be right back from BT Field with some Spectra baseball. Alrighty, are you ready for some baseball? I know I am. Here we go. This is some Spectra baseball. 2021 Spectra baseball. It is a 3-team random. There is another one available as well listed. Here we go, folks. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this. And it's going to be 9 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Alrighty, we've got those teams loaded. We will let those run through for a moment while we get this break loaded up. Four cards per pack, 4 packs per box. Looking for the solar eclipse and the deep space right here. Right off the bat, we have a die cut, and that is going to be Mr. Giancarlo Stanton. Giancarlo Stanton with the die cut of the New York Yankees. And that is 17 out of 45. 17 out of 45 right there. Following that up, we've got... Well, I guess that's not a die cut. That is just the base. My mistake right there. We have a Dallas Keuchel out of 75, and that is going to be a patch of the Chicago White Sox heading to Chris. Heading to Chris right there. Following that Dallas Keuchel, we have Prospects O'Neal Cruz. The Prospects O'Neal Cruz rookie patch auto. And that is definitely a on-card auto right there. And that is going to be number 91 out of 99 and heading to Kenneth. And last but not least, we have the Christian Pache RC. Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves going to Jim. On to our next pack. And due to the shape of all of our Spectras, well, a lot of our Spectras will be top loaded. We have a Nick Senzel of the Cincinnati Reds going to Chris right there. Nick Senzel of the Cincinnati Reds headed to Chris. Following that up, we're going to have a Fireworks Fabrics Buster Posey. Firework Fabrics Buster Posey of the San Francisco Giants to Mr. CEO. Next up, we have a USA Signatures, and that is going to be Mr. Cabrian Hayes. Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates heading to Kenneth. And then we have the William Contreras RC of the Atlanta Braves. William Contreras RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Jim. These cards are so cool right here. 20 out of 45. Halfway through this break. Victor Robles of the Washington Nationals headed to T-Man. Victor Robles of the Washington Nationals headed to T-Man. Followed up with a triple patch. Josh Fleming, building blocks of the Tampa Bay Rays headed to Mr. CEO. Phil, sorry about that. It's been Phil C. It's been a crazy few days. I will get back to you tonight. I've got to look into that and figure that out. I apologize about that. 91 out of 99. We have Isaac Paredes with the rookie patch auto of the Detroit Tigers headed to Jim. And last but not least, we have the die cut. That's going to be a neon orange Joey Bart, and that's going to be out of 15 of the San Francisco Giants. 12 out of 15 of the San Francisco Giants right there. These are some cool cards for sure. We have the Bo Bichette Pink. That's going to be out of 35 of the Toronto Blue Jays, and that is heading to Mr. CEO. Following that up, we're going to have a building blocks, and that is Evan White of the Seattle Mariners to Mr. CEO. Then we're going to have a Jared Olivia rookie patch auto. Jared Olivia rookie patch auto of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Kenneth. And last but not least, we have the neon green out of 30 Will Crow RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates headed to Kenneth. Alrighty, I'm just going to pull all of these cards from our featured section and our rookie section to get ready to run them down. Alrighty. We have our die cut rookies. We have William Contreras of the Atlanta Braves out of 45 going to Jim. followed by Will Crow of the Pittsburgh Pirates out of 25. Out of 25, headed to Kenneth. Then we have the Christian Pache Neon Pink out of 35. Neon Pink out of 35 of the Atlanta Braves, headed to Jim. And then a Joey Bart out of 15 of the San Francisco Giants to Mr. CEO. Alrighty, and then wow, what a load of featured cards here. The Max Impact Dallas Keuchel of the Chicago White Sox. The Buster Posey Fireworks Fabrics. The Josh Fleming Building Box. And the Evan White Building Blocks right there. Evan White out of 75 of the Seattle Mariners going to Mr. CEO. The Josh Fleming not numbered of the Tampa Bay Rays heading to Mr. CEO. Then we have Buster Posey of the San Francisco Giants. That is not numbered, and that is heading to Mr. CEO, followed by a Max Impact Dallas Keuchel out of 75 of the Chicago White Sox headed to Chris. Next up, we have a USA Signatures Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is headed to Kenneth. And last up, we have 3 rookie patch autos. Out of 199, we have Jared Olivia of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Then we have the prospect out of 99, O'Neal Cruz, and the out of 99, Isaac Paredes. Isaac Paredes of the Detroit Tigers heading to Jim. O'Neal Cruz of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Kenneth. And Jared Olivia of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Kenneth as well. And with that, we are done with break 1474. We'll be right back, and we will be staying at BT Park for some Donruss Optic baseball. Here we go, folks. Here we go. It is our Donruss Optic release. Alrighty. This is break 1400, the 2021 Donruss Optic one box pick your team. Four cards per pack, 20 packs per box. We have a Nelson Cruz Diamond Kings right there of the Minnesota Twins, followed up by Isaac Paredes RC, Isaac Paredes of the Detroit Tigers, and that is heading to Cynthia. Low-rated rookie right there. And then we have a mythical Shohei Ohtani of the Los Angeles Angels. Mythical Shohei Ohtani of the Los Angeles Angels going to Phil. Michael, that'll break when it fills. Hopefully it'll fill tonight. And then we have out of 125, it is going to be the Kyle Lewis with the Kyle Lewis orange right there of the Seattle Mariners. And that is heading to Bob. Blake Schnell of the San Diego Padres, followed by a Tyler Stevenson RC of the Cincinnati Reds, headed to Cynthia. Then we got a silver Ryan Weathers RC of the San Diego Padres going to Phil. And then we have a Tom Seaver Lights Out. Tom Seaver Lights Out. And that is of the New York Mets, heading to Christopher B. No, unfortunately, those are still have some spots remaining. We have a Who Lives, Who Dies, Who Tells Trevor's Story of the Rockies, followed by another Trevor story, this one a Diamond Kings of the Rockies. Then we're going to have a Dylan Carlson RC of the Seattle Mariners right there, followed by a rated prospect Ronder Franco of the Tampa Bay Rays going to T-Man. Yeah, I agree with the Doctor Strange, and with pairing the first insert with Shohei Ohtani, I figured why not. Zach Gallen of the Diamondbacks, J.P. Crawford of the Mariners, a Austin Martin rated prospect of the Blue Jays, silver headed to Carl. And then we have a T-, and that is Vladimir Guerrero of the Montreal Expos, now the Washington Nationals, headed to Michael. Carlos Correa of the Astros, followed by a rated rookie Ryan Weathers of the Padres going to Phil. Then we have Max Scherzer of the Nationals, followed by a mythical Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Blue Jays, headed to Carl. DJ LeMahieu of the Yankees, followed by William Contreras, rated a rookie of the Atlanta Braves. And then here we go, out of 76, it is going to be Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals. That's Spirit of 76 parallel, and that is heading to Michael. Cool card right there. Followed up by a Zach Veen, a rated prospect of the Colorado Rockies, headed to Carl. Juan Soto of the Nationals, Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians, a mythical Francisco Lindor of the New York Mets, headed to Chris, followed up by a T-, Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves going to Brooks. Evan White, rated rookie of the Seattle Mariners, and that is going to Bob, followed up by an Anthony Santander of the Baltimore Orioles. And then we have the DJ LeMahieu of the New York Yankees. And that is a cool looking card right there. That's going to be a photon. And we'll give that the boom booms right there. I believe that is a super short print photon right there. Followed up by a mythical Mike Yastrzemski of the San Francisco Giants. Nolan Arenado of the St. Louis Cardinals, Brian Reynolds of the Pittsburgh Pirates, a silver Yordan Alvarez of the Houston Astros, and that is heading to Carl, followed up by a lights out Sandy Koufax. Lights out Sandy Koufax right there. Of the Los Angeles Dodgers, heading to Christopher B. We have George Springer of the Blue Jays, a little Diamond Kings, Carlos Correa of the Houston Astros, and that is going to be heading to Carl. Followed up by an Alex Kirilloff, a rated rookie, and of the Minnesota Twins going to Carissa, and a Nolan Jones, rated prospect of the Cleveland Guardians, going to Carl. And we're about halfway through this break. Chris Bryant of the Cubs, a Spencer Howard rated rookie of the Philadelphia Phillies, going to Carl, a silver Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves, and then we have a unleashed Luis Robert. That is a cool looking card right there of the Chicago White Sox, headed to Double M. What a cool insert right there. Walker Buehler of the Dodgers, a Diamond Kings Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, followed by an Ian Anderson RC of the Atlanta Braves, going to Brooks, and then a Jared Kelenic rated prospect of the Seattle Mariners, headed to Bob. We have the Mookie Betts of the Dodgers, a Edward Olivares RC of the Kansas City Royals, going to Carl. Then we have the unleashed Pete Alonso of the New York Mets, going to Christopher B right there, followed up by a lights out Roger Clemens of the Boston Red Sox, and a mythical Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels, going to Phil. Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers, followed by a Diamond Kings Pete Alonso. And then here we go, folks. It is going to be our first auto, and that is Zach Gallen. Zach Gallen of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And that is going to Sean. Six packs left in this one, and then we're staying here, and we're on to Mr. CEO's personal. We have Joey Gallo of the Rangers, a Daniel Lynch rated rookie of the Kansas City Royals, going to Carl, followed up by a silver Spencer Howard of the Philadelphia Phillies, headed to Carl. Then we have the rookies, Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants, headed to Carl as well. And after that CEO personal, we have the Origins Hit Draft. So if you're in it, don't go anywhere. Trent Grisham of the Padres, Tucker Davidson of the Atlanta Braves, going to Brooks right there, followed up by a T-minus Alex Bregman of the Houston Astros, and then a unleashed Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels right there. And that is going to be heading to Phil. Kohei Arihara, rated a rookie of the Texas Rangers, to Chris B. A Diamond Kings Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees right there. Then we're going to have a Tucker Davidson out of 249 with that pink velocity, and that is of the Atlanta Braves, heading to Brooks, followed up by a mythical Juan Soto of the Washington Nationals. Kenta Maeda of the Twins, followed up by a Tristan McKenzie rated rookie of the Cleveland Guardians, headed to Carl, followed up by a Diamond Kings Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, and a T- Giancarlo Stanton of the New York Yankees. 2 packs left here. Ketel Marte of the Diamondbacks, followed by a Sherton Apostle rated rookie of the Texas Rangers. Then we're going to have a Ke'Bryan Hayes out of 150, and that is going to be a auto right there. What a hit right there of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to Phil. Nice out of 150 auto for Phil right there. And then we have the rated prospect Heston Kjerstad of the Baltimore Orioles. And last but not least, this last pack, Brandon Woodruff of the Brewers, an Andrew Vaughn, a rated rookie of the Chicago White Sox, followed up by a silver weighted prospect, Hunter Green of the Cincinnati Reds, going to Cynthia. And then we have the rookies, Nate Pearson of the Toronto Blue Jays to Carl. Alrighty, let's run down these prospects. We have Hunter Green of the Cincinnati Reds, Heston Kjerstad of the Baltimore Orioles, Jared Kelenic of the Seattle Mariners, Nolan Jones of the Cleveland Guardians, Zach Veen of the Colorado Rockies, Silver Austin Martin of the Toronto Blue Jays, and Wander Franco of the Tampa Bay Rays. And now our rookie rundown. We have the rookies, Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays, Andrew Vaughn, rated rookie of the White Sox, Sherton Apostle of the Rangers, Tristan McKenzie of the Guardians, Tucker Davidson out of 249 of the Braves, Kohei Arihara of the Rangers, Tucker Davidson again of the Braves, the rookies, Joey Bart of the Giants, a silver Spencer Howard of the Phillies, Daniel Lynch of the Royals, Edward Olivares of the Royals, Ian Anderson of the Braves, Spencer Howard of the Phillies, Alex Kirilloff of the Twins, Evan White of the Mariners, William Contreras of the Braves, Ryan Weathers of the Padres, Dylan Carlson of the Cardinals, a silver Ryan Weathers of the Padres, Tyler Stevenson of Cincinnati, and Isaac Paredes of the Detroit Tigers. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Unleashed Mike Trout, the Unleashed Luis Robert, the Mythical Mike Trout, and the Mythical Shohei Ohtani. Following that up, we have the out of 76 and the short print DJ LeMahieu Photon. DJ LeMahieu of the New York Yankees to T-Man. Juan Soto out of 76 of the Nationals to Michael. And then our 2 hits. We have the dual autos. We have Mr. Zach Gallen of the Arizona Diamondbacks going to Sean. And then we have Ke'Bryan Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Ke'Bryan Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates out of 150 going to Phil. And with that, we're done with break 1400. We'll be right back with Mr. CEO's Personal. Mr. CEO, are you in the house? Mr. CEO is in the house, and we are ready to rock. All right, folks, and if you are T-Man, Jim, Brian, Cynthia, Haley, or Jordan, don't go far because we have the hit draft right after this. Luis Reyes of the Twins. Fernando Tatis Jr. of the Padres. A 40-man features Cole Wilcox of the Rays. And then Maximo Acosta of the Rangers and Riley Green of the Detroit Tigers to start that pack up. Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed up by a Melvin Valdez out of 199, and that is a Bowman first of the Cincinnati Reds, followed up by the black and white Drew Waters of the Atlanta Braves. Then we have Ronnie Marcio of the Mets and Mick Abel of the Phillies. Shohei Ohtani of the Angels, Jose Altuve of the Rockets, a 40-man futures Yoliki Cespedes of the Chicago White Sox, Matthew Liberatore of the St. Louis Cardinals, and Jordan Groshans of the Blue Jays. Devi Garcia RC of the New York Yankees, followed up by a summer camp Brennan Davis of the Cubs. Then we're going to have Manuel Beltre, the black and white Bowman first of the Toronto Blue Jays, followed up by Miguel Amaya of the Cubs and Zach Veen of the Colorado Rockies. Andres Jimenez of the Cincinnati Reds RC right there, followed by Dane Dunning RC of the Texas Rangers. We have our little box hit, the Dawn of Glory, Kevin Alcantara of the New York Yankees. What a disappointment they were last night. Followed up by Jeter Downs of the Red Sox, and then a Bowman first, Starlin Aguilar of the Seattle Mariners. The Dylan Carlson RC of the St. Louis Cardinals, followed up by a 40-man futures Maximo Acosta of the Texas Rangers. Then we have a black and white Bowman first, Puyu Chen of the Pittsburgh Pirates, followed up by Malcolm Nunez of the St. Louis Cardinals, Bowman first, and Shalin Polanco of the Pittsburgh Pirates, Bowman first. 4 packs left. Christian Pache RC of the Atlanta Braves. Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves right there to get things kicking, followed by Shane Bieber of the Guardians. A 40-man futures Emerson Hancock of the Mariners. Jefferson Cuero of the Milwaukee Brewers. And Julio Correas of the Colorado Rockies. Both of those Bowman firsts. And can we get a roll call to make sure everyone's here for this hit draft? I see T-Man, I've seen Haley, I've Jordan, Cynthia, Brian, and Jim. Keston Hura of the Milwaukee Brewers, Pete Alonso of the Mets, a black and white Eduardo Garcia of the Milwaukee Brewers, and that is right there, Bowman first. Blaze Jordan of the Red Sox and Jason Dominguez of the New York Yankees. Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals, followed by a Nick Gonzalez summer camp of Bowman Chrome right there. Then we have a 40-man futures Max Meyer of the Marlins, followed up by C.J. Abrams of the Padres and Nick Yorke of the Boston Red Sox. Looks like we have everyone but Jim so far. Mike Trout of the Angels, followed up by a Joe Adele RC of the Angels as well. Then we have a Kevin Amade Bowman first of the Chicago Cubs, followed up by Hunter Green of the Reds and Adley Rutschman of the Orioles. Alrighty. We're going to run down these rooks, and then we're going to run down these Bowman first. Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels, Christian Pache of the Braves, Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals, Dane Dunning of the Texas Rangers, Andres Jimenez of the Cleveland Guardians. Then we have Deivi Garcia of the New York Yankees. And our Bowman first. We have the black and white Kevin Made of the Cubs, the black and white Eduardo Garcia of the Brewers, Julio Correas of the Rockies, Jefferson Cuero of the Brewers, Shaylin Polanco of the Pirates, Malcolm Nunez of the St. Louis Cardinals, a Poyo Chen Bowman first of the Pirates, Starlin Aguilar of the Mariners, Manuel Beltre of the Blue Jays, and a Melvin Valdez out of 199 of the Cincinnati Reds. And last but not least, the box hit, the Kevin Alcantara to finish off the CEO personal. And with that, we are done from BT Park. We will be right back from BT Field with an Origins hit draft. We are back, and we are looking for Mr. Forrester. While we wait for that, we will do our next keyword. Our next keyword, which is going to be a new show, right?
I believe so.
Yes, sir.
Yes. It is indeed a new show. I'm ready when you are.
Assault. Assault is in the chat. Dog the Bunny Hunter is not correct.
British.
Not correct.
Assault.
Alrighty. Mr. Forrester, are you in the house? All right, we will get started, and hopefully he gets in here so that he will be able to pick his own card. This is break number 1226, the 2021 Panini Origins Hit Draft. And as we do with the hit drafts, we will pull all the cards before randomizing the order. I feel like that adds some excitement to y'all's life. What'd you say? I'm just going to reach out to Jim one more time. All right, one sec.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's get started. We have a phone call going to Jim right now. To get started, we have the Corey Davis. Corey Davis, and that is going to be 3 out of 299. 3 out of 299 of Mr. Corey Davis. Next up, we have Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper, and that is going to be number 90 out of 175. 90 out of 175 right there. And next up, we have a little Chase Young. Mr. Chase Young, and that is a base and not numbered. Hoo-wee. Bang-a-lang, it is Mr. Trevor Lawrence. A base Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's a little too thick for this one. I don't know if he will have a coach. What an idiot, Urban Meyer. Next up, we have a Davis Mills patch. Davis Mills patch. And that is 13 out of 25. 13 out of 25 right there. Mr. Mills of the Houston Texans. After that, our next card up is going to be Mr. Javonte Williams. The Javonte Williams auto, and that is 57 out of 99. Alrighty. And last but not least, Haley's going to have a breakdown if she keeps hearing you talk about Urban Meyer that way. Last but not least, it is going to be the rookie patch auto, and that is Mr. Josh Palmer. And that is not numbered, of the Los Angeles Chargers. Alrighty. All right, now we have to randomize the draft order. One second. Here we go. Let's randomize it. See how many times. It's going to be 2 times for the randomization of the order. 1 and 2. It's just a blank screen for the snake.
Shouldn't be.
I know, but it is. 1 second, folks. We are just having a little issue here.
Just a moment. Pull up another tab.
You know what? I'll just do this. This is what I had to do last time. 1 second, folks. John is... Hey, John. Sorry about that. I'll just pull it up in Opera. I don't know why it hasn't been working, but... Alrighty. Here we go. Just wait. So the first pick going to Brian. Brian is up with the first pick. Yes, sir. You have the first pick in the draft. Brian with the Trevor Lawrence. Then we have a Jordan. Jordan with the next pick. Go Bills, Brandon. Great to see you. And if you're here for the Absolute Baseball, it will be starting in just a couple minutes. Jordan with Javonte Williams. And now we have Haley. Haley with the Josh Palmer. Alrighty. We have reached out to Jim quite a few times, both via phone, email, and text. We're going to start a 60-second countdown, and then he will get the best player available, the best card available, which is going to be the Davis Mills patch. And Jim with the Davis Mills patch, leaving T-Man to choose between Mr. Corey Davis, Amari Cooper, and Chase Young. T-Man with the Amari Cooper. Cynthia with Chase Young or Mr. Corey Davis. Corey Davis, leaving Haley with Chase Young. Alrighty. Well, let's run these down. Starting with number 7, going to Haley. It is going to be Chase Young. Chase Young of the Washington football team. Number 6, heading to Cynthia, 3 out of 299. That is Corey Davis of the New York Jets. Next up, card number 5, going to T-Man, is getting Amari Cooper out of 175. 175. 90 out of 175. Card number 4 is the Davis Mills 13 out of 25 patch. 3-color patch going to Jim. Then heading to Haley, we have the Josh Palmer rookie patch auto. Josh Palmer rookie patch auto of the Los Angeles Chargers. Then going to Jordan, we have the Javonte Williams 57 out of 99 on-card auto. And last but not least, it is the Origins Trevor Lawrence base going to Brian, and that is getting his sizzle sticker right there. Nice hit right there. And with that, we are done with break 1226, the Origins football hit draft. We will be right back with some absolute baseball. We are back and we are ready to rock and roll. We don't have any teams available in the next two breaks currently. We do have some unsold teams in the Revolution Hobby and the Donruss breaks later this evening. You can get those teams for 20% off using the link in the chat. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 1446, the 2021 Absolute Baseball one box. Pick your team. Good luck, everyone. Brandon Lowe of the Tampa Bay Rays, Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Blue Jays, Gil Hodges of the Los Angeles Dodgers, Jacob deGrom of the New York Yankees, a little Bryce Harper of the Philadelphia Phillies, followed up by a Tim Anderson out of 99 of the Chicago White Sox, headed to Joe. And then we're going to have a Prospects Mackenzie Gore of the San Diego Padres, headed to Kenneth. And a Statistically Speaking out of 25, Mr. Tim Anderson of the White Sox. And now on to our featured cards. First up, we have the Tools of the Trade, Brandon Lowe. And then we have the out of 30, Lewin Diaz rookie signatures. Brandon Lowe of the Tampa Bay Rays headed to Matthew, and Lewin Diaz of the Miami Marlins headed to Jason. Alrighty, and before we get into the second break, I'd like to welcome Joe with the White Sox and Kenneth with the Yanks, Padres, Giants, Mariners, and then Ross with the Cardinals. Thank you for joining us this evening. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com, or use one of the many discounts we have available this evening. We are just a couple minutes behind here, folks. We'll be up with Bowman Chrome Light next. We have Xander Bogaerts of the Red Sox, Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics, Clayton Kershaw of the Dodgers, Willie Adams of the Tampa Bay Rays, a Brandon Lowe out of 99 of the Tampa Bay Rays as well, going to Matthew. Then we have Mike Trout Icons of the Los Angeles Angels going to Jason. Following that up with Who Lives, Who Dies, Who Tells Mr. Trevor Story of the Colorado Rockies going to T-Man. Our next memorabilia is going to be a Jalen Davis patches out of 10, followed up by a Zach McKinstry rookie patch auto. Jalen Davis out of 10 of the San Francisco Giants heading to Kenneth. Nice hit right there. Following that up with that Zach McKinstry rookie patch auto out of 49 of the Los Angeles Dodgers to Mr. CEO. Alrighty, we have the Extreme Team, Trevor Story of the Rockies to get this rundown started, followed by an Icons, Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels. Then we have Brandon Lowe out of 99 of the Tampa Bay Rays. Statistically speaking, Tim Anderson out of 25 of the White Sox, followed up by a Prospects, Mackenzie Gore of the Padres, and Tim Anderson out of 99 of the White Sox as well. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Brandon Lowe of the Tampa Bay Rays, Tools of the Trade. Followed up by the Luis Diaz out of 30, Rookie Signatures Auto. Then we have the out of 49, that is Zach McKinstry, Rookie Patch Auto of the Dodgers. And then the out of 10, it is going to be Jalen Davis of the San Francisco Giants. 6 out of 10. Jalen Davis headed to Kenneth. Zach McKinstry of the Dodgers headed to Mr. CEO. Luis Diaz of the Marlins heading to Jason. And Brandon Lowe of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Matthew. And with that, we are done with break 1446. We'll be right back from BT Park with 1447. Alrighty, we are back with some Topps Bowman Chrome, and we are going to dive right in here. This is break 1447, the Topps Bowman Chrome Hobby Light One Boxer. Welcome, Larry with the Reds, the Guardians, and the Rockies. Tyson with the Dodgers. Juna with the Marlins. Randy with the Yankees, Athletics, and Giants. Paul with the Padres, and Daniel with the Rays. Thank you for joining us this evening. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. And we're getting it started with a rookie. That's Christian Javier of the Houston Astros going to James. Followed up by a Braylon Marquez RC of the Chicago Cubs going to Nicole. Then we have a 40-man futures Ed Howard of the Cubs going to Nicole as well. Followed up by Ronnie Mauricio of the Mets and Mick Abel of the Phillies. Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers, Gleyber Torres of the Yankees, a 40-man futures Blaze Jordan of the Boston Red Sox headed to Edward. Then we have Tyler Freeman of the Cleveland Guardians and Brennan Davis of the Chicago Cubs. Mike Yastrzemski of the San Francisco Giants, followed by a blue Jesus Sanchez RC, and that is out of 150 of the Miami Marlins going to Juna. Congratulations there. Followed up by the black and white Drew Waters of the Atlanta Braves to Mr. CEO. Then we have a Luis Turbio of Bowman First of the San Francisco Giants going to Randy. Followed up by Mazel Urbina of the Minnesota Twins going to Daniel. Next up, we have Jose Abreu of the White Sox, Ronald Acuna of the Braves, and Andres Jimenez RC out of 499 of the Cleveland Guardians, and that is heading to Larry. Followed up by a Luis Rodriguez Bowman First, and an Alexander Mojica Bowman First of the Pirates. Luis Rodriguez of the Dodgers to Tyson, and Alexander Mojica of the Pirates going to James. We have a Taylor Trammell RC of the Seattle Mariners. Taylor Trammell of the Seattle Mariners going to Jason. Followed by an Austin Martin right there, summer camp of the Toronto Blue Jays. And that is going to Mr. CEO. Then we have a Bowman First black and white Manuel Beltre of the Toronto Blue Jays to Mr. CEO as well. Followed by Maximo Acosta of the Rangers and Riley Green of the Tigers. We have a Cabrian Hayes RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Cabrian Hayes of the Pirates headed to James. Followed up by Drew Waters out of 199 of the Atlanta Braves. And that is going to Mr. CEO right there. Followed up by a black and white Bowman First of the Pittsburgh Pirates headed to James. And then we have Matthew Liberatore of the St. Louis Cardinals and Jordan Groshans of the Toronto Blue Jays. We have a Jazz Chisholm RC of the Miami Marlins headed to Juna, followed up by a William Contreras RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Mr. CEO. Then we have a 40-man futures Cole Wilcox of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Daniel. Followed up by Miguel Amaya of the Cubs and Zach Veen of the Rockies. We have Tanner Hook of the Boston Red Sox RC going to Edward. Followed up by a Nick Montregrel RC of the Chicago White Sox, going to Shin. Followed up by a black and white Eduardo Garcia of the Milwaukee Brewers to Daniel. Then we have Jeter Downs of the Red Sox, followed up by a Starlin Aguilar Bowman First of the Seattle Mariners going to Jason. And we got 2 packs left. Hyesung Kim of the San Diego Padres going to Paul. Followed up by a summer camp CJ Abrams of the San Diego Padres headed to Paul as well. Then we have the Dawn of Glory, the box hit, Juan Bay of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to James. Following that up, we have Malcolm Nunez of the St. Louis Cardinals. Malcolm Nunez of the Cardinals, Bowman First heading to James. And then a Shellen Polanco of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to James as well. On to the last pack in this break. Luis Robert of the White Sox, Mookie Betts of the Dodgers, a Kevin Made black and white of the Chicago Cubs going to Nicole. Bowman first, followed by Jefferson Cuero of the Milwaukee Brewers, Bowman first, and then Julio Correas of the Colorado Rockies, Bowman first, going to Larry. Alrighty, let's run down these RCs, and then we'll run down the Bowman first. Hyesung Kim of the Padres, Nick Montagrill of the White Sox, Tanner Hook of the Red Sox, William Contreras of the Braves, Jazz Chisholm of the Marlins, Ke'Bryan Hayes of the Pirates, Taylor Trammell of the Mariners, Andres Jimenez out of 499 of the Guardians, Jesus Sanchez out of 150 of the Miami Marlins, right there, Braylon Marquez of the Cubs, and Christian Javier of the Houston Astros. And now on to the Bowman First Edition. We have Julio Correas of the Colorado Rockies, Jefferson Cuero of the Milwaukee Brewers, Kevin Made, black and white, of the Chicago Cubs, Shaylen Polanco of the Pittsburgh Pirates, Malcolm Nunez of the St. Louis Cardinals, Starlin Aguilar of the Mariners, a black and white Eduardo Garcia of the Brewers, a black and white Poyu Chin of the Pirates, followed up by Manuel Beltre of the Toronto Blue Jays, black and white right there, Alexander Maica of the Pirates, Luis Rodriguez of the Dodgers, Mizel Urbina of the Twins, and Luis Turbio of the San Francisco Giants. And now on to our featured cards, of which there is two. There is the Jinhwan Bae, Dawn of Glory of the Pittsburgh Pirates headed to James, and the Drew Waters out of 199 of the Atlanta Braves headed to Mr. CEO. And with that, we are done with break 1447. We'll be back in 5 minutes from BT Field. Alrighty, folks, we are back and ready to dive into some certified football. I think we got one team available to auction off, and it's a big boy. The San Francisco 49ers. We will start the bidding at $15 in increments of $5. Go chase Trey Lance before he starts this week and blows it up. $20 from Haley. $25 from Curtis. $30 from Haley. Alrighty, folks, we're about to start the countdown. It's the final count. No, what's the first countdown of potentially more? Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Ryan with 35 to sneak in there, which means 15 seconds back on the clock. Haley with 40, meaning we will get another 15 seconds after this one. And it looks like Haley takes it. Alrighty, Haley, you know what to do. Drop your payment in the chat. In the meantime, folks, type assault in the chat, and we will get rocking and rolling. Assault. John, we can get those teams loaded. And once you do that, we will count it down.
Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Jack Eagle.
Jack Eagle winning a 2019 Donruss football pack right there. It just closed. Just closed that optic. Pick your team. Well, actually, that's been closed for a minute. We have Harrison Smith of the Vikings, Reggie Ragland of the Chiefs, Kiko Alonso of the Dolphins, Mark Ingram of the Ravens, Melvin Gordon of the Chargers, Alvin Kamara of the Saints, a DK Metcalf, little Phenoms patch here. And John, we're going to need to top load this DK Metcalf right here. I'll put that over to the side. Followed by Will Greer of the Panthers. Not a bad freebie for Mr. Eagle. Alrighty. In the meantime, let's get cooking. This is the 2021 Certified Football One Box Pick Your Team Break 1448. Welcome Jason with the Kansas City Chiefs and John with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for joining us for the first time. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first purchase at BreakTraders.com. We have a little Joe Mixon of the Bengals, followed by a Stars Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs. Then we're going to have DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions. Followed by Brandon Cooks of the Houston Texans. Awesome, Jack. And then here we go. Our first hit is going to be a rookie signatures Dax Milne, 33 out of 35 of the Washington football team, headed to Daniel. Delvin Cook of the Vikings, followed up by a Mr. John Bates out of 199 of the Washington football team, going to Daniel. Then we have a gold team, Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers, heading to Cynthia. Followed up by Taysom Hill of the Saints and Drew Lock of the Broncos. David Johnson of the Texans, followed by Mike Evans of the Buccaneers. We have a Stars, Lamar Jackson out of 149 of the Ravens, headed to Andrew. Then we have Mr. Allen Robinson of the Bears and Myles Garrett of the Browns. Patty Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, followed by a Tyreek Hill out of 299 of the Chiefs. Then we have a dark horse, Patrick Mahomes. He's going to have some horses chasing him on Sunday night. Followed up by DJ Moore of the Panthers and Ryan Tannehill of the Titans. And by horses, I mean that ferocious Bills defensive line. Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills. Followed up by a seal of approval, Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens. Then we have Cam Akers of the Rams and Jamison Crowder of the Jets. Suck. And here we go. It is a Jimmy Graham Certified Gamers out of 125 of the New Orleans Saints, heading to Cynthia. Danny Jones of the Giants. Followed by a Stars, Matt Stafford of the Rams. Then we have Mr. Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys, followed by Julio Jones of the Atlanta Falcons. And then we have a Jacksonville Jaguar. That's going to be heading to Ren. And that is going to be a Certified Gamers James Robinson out of 149. And folks, we have a few more teams, 4 available teams remaining. Get them all for 20% off with the promo code in the chat. 4 teams remaining in today's pre-scheduled breaks. J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens, followed by Nashawn Wright out of 149 of the Dallas Cowboys, heading to Zerk. Then we have a gold team, Roquan Smith of the Chicago Bears to Haley, followed up by Mr. Robinson of the Jaguars and Kyler Murray of the Cardinals. Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers, followed up by Greg Newsome out of 399 of the Cleveland Browns going to Andrew. Then we're going to have a little Joey Burrow graffiti of the Cincinnati Bengals, and that is headed to Josh, followed up by Keenan Allen of the Chargers and Myles Gaskin of the Dolphins. Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs, followed by Devin White, and that is out of 249 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then we're going to have a Devontae Adams dark horse out of 75 of the Green Bay Packers going to Cynthia, followed by Chase Claypool of the Steelers and Robbie Anderson of the Carolina Panthers. And we're on to our last pack in this break. Let's see what it'll bring. We have DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, a seal of approval, TJ Watt of the Steelers, followed by Mr. Derrick Henry of the Titans and Aaron Donald of the Rams. And here we go. It is going to be a rookie patch auto, and that is Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to John. Alrighty, and let's look at what we've got going here. Our rookie rundown, we have Greg Newsome out of 399 of the Browns going to Andrew. Out of 149, it's Nishan Wright of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Zerk. And then out of 199, it is John Bates of the Washington Football Team going to Daniel. Our featured cards. First, our dual veteran certified gamers. We have Jimmy Graham and James Robinson. James Robinson of the Jaguars going to Ren, and Jimmy Graham of the Seattle Seahawks going to Christopher B. Awesome. Would love to get to that tiered random for Prism Football, but it seems to be stuck. I'll try to run a discount on it on Friday to get it moving. We have two rookie hits right here. We have the Dax Milne out of 35 auto of the Washington Football Team going to Daniel, and the Terrace Marshall Jr. rookie patch auto of the Carolina Panthers out of 199, and that is headed to John. And with that, we are done with break 1448. Done with break 1448. We will be right back from BT Field with 1449. Alrighty, we are here with some Donruss Hobby Hybrid H2 to get into, but first we have a team to random auction off, and it is the New England Patriots, starting the bidding at $10 in increments of 5. T-Man with 25. T-Man with 25. 30 from Curtis. 30, 40 from Aaron. $40 from Aaron. Alrighty, an explainer on how our auctions are done is in the chat. We will start a 30-second bid countdown. Any bids in the 30 seconds will trigger another 15-second countdown. Those will continue to be triggered by bids until we get to a 15 seconds without a bid. 30 seconds on the clock. Aaron in the lead with 40. Alrighty, Aaron takes it. Aaron, you can complete your payment via the link in the chat.
Well, as long as you get his info through PayPal.
Aaron, please let us know if you were in another break with us tonight, which break number it was, and what team it was. Well, alrighty. And while we wait to receive that payment, we will do our next keyword. Are you ready, John?
Just a moment. Okay, I'm ready.
Alrighty, there we go. No correct guesses yet. Alrighty, no correct guesses.
So we are good to go.
Alrighty, we are good to go. Good to go. Here we go, folks. This is break number 1449, the 2021 Donruss Hobby H2. One box, pick your team. Aaron, just let us know what other break you're in, what break number it is, and the team. Sorry about the confusion there. Like, just type it in the chat. Break number 456 Phillies, or whatever it is. Alrighty, we have Lawrence Taylor of the Giants, Cole Beasley of the Bills, little Malcolm Jenkins of the Saints, followed by Joe Burrow of the Bengals. We have Mr. Chase Claypool of the Steelers, Christian McCaffrey of the Panthers, followed by Yamin Davis of the Washington football team's rated a rookie going to Cynthia. Then we have Mr. Kyle Long with that red press proof of the Kansas City Chiefs headed to Jose. Followed up by an Elite Series rookies, Nico Collins of the Houston Texans going to Cynthia. And then we have the portraits, Jamar Jefferson of the Detroit Lions headed to Daniel. And as we move into our second pack here, I'd like to welcome John with the Buffalo Bills, Josh with the Bengals and Packers, Inez with the Cowboys, and Terrell with the Jacksonville Jaguars for joining us for the first two tonight. Perfect. Thank you, Aaron. We have Baker Mayfield of the Browns, Tiki Barber of the Giants, Romeo Okwara of the Lions, Marshawn Lattimore of the Saints. Then we have Joe Namath of the Jets, followed by Miles Jack of the Jaguars. Then we have Joseph Osai of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Josh, followed up by a red press proof Logan Thomas of the Washington football team, a Legends Series Brett Favre of the Green Bay Packers, and then a portraits Josh Palmer of the Los Angeles Chargers headed to Alex. Jerry Jeudy of the Broncos, followed by Brandon Graham of the Eagles. Then we have Philip Lindsay of the Texans, Bud Dupree of the Titans, followed by Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys, a Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals. Right there, followed by the green Jets rated rookie of Andrew, and that is going to Andrew of Elijah Moore. That Rondale Moore of the Cardinals headed to Cynthia. And then we have a red press proof Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles. Right there. And then we have a highlights Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Jordan, followed up by the rookies, and that is Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Josh. What Brett said, and we're doing 20% off. 20% off to get those filled this evening. DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, Jarvis Landry of the Browns, a little Chase Young of the Washington football team, Randall Cobb of the Texans, followed up by Aaron Donald of the Rams, and Azeez Olahari, a rated rookie of the New York Giants, and that is going to Cynthia. Followed by Penei Sewell of the Detroit Lions going to Daniel. Right there. Then we have the red press proof Tariq Cohen of the Chicago Bears, followed by a power formulas, and that is going to be Mr. George Kittle of the San Francisco 49ers. Following that up with a Dominators Joshua Allen of the Buffalo Bills. Jalen Rager of the Eagles, Roquan Smith of the Bears, little Anthony Fursker of the Titans, followed up by Damian Dodola of the Lions. Then we have Kyler Murray of the Cardinals and Travis Kelce of the Chiefs, followed by Mr. Nico Collins of the Houston Texans, and that is going to be going to Cynthia. Following that up, we have the red press proof Zach Cunningham of the Texans, and of the Houston Texans right there, going to Cynthia. Followed up by a Retro Series Lawrence Taylor of the New York Giants. Retro Series Lawrence Taylor of the New York Giants. And then an Action All-Pros TJ Watt of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And we are halfway through this break. Well, Tremaine Edmonds of the Bills, Nelson Aguilar of the Patriots, Jeff Okudah of the Lions, Mike Gesicki of the Dolphins, Alvin Kamara of the Saints, DJ Chark of the Jaguars, the Trevon Moehrig rated rookie of the Raiders, going to Cynthia, followed by a DeAndre Swift red press proof of the Detroit Lions, followed up by a New Orleans Saints retro series right there, Drew Brees. And then we have the Dominators, Nick Chubb of the Cleveland Browns. Mr. CEO, if it moved to 6 tonight, I will make sure to look at that tomorrow morning, try to get some discounts out there to get it filled. Patrick Queen of the Ravens, CJ Ham of the Vikings, Teddy Bridgewater of the Panthers, Aaron Donald of the Rams. Then we have Josh Jacobs of the Raiders, Darnell Savage of the Packers, followed up by a Brevin Jordan RC of the Houston Texans to Cynthia. Then we have the red press proof rated rookie. That's Larry Roundtree of the Los Angeles Chargers, headed to Alexander, followed by Robert Gronkowski Elite Series of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then the rookies, Mr. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, heading to Jose. Leonard Fournette of the Bucks, Jonathan Abram of the Raiders, Budda Baker of the Cardinals, followed up by DeForest Buckner of the Colts. And then we have Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, L'Jarius Sneed of the Chiefs, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, headed to Daniel, followed up by a out of 75 silver press proof. That is Mr. Drew Brees of the New Orleans Saints right there. A little die cut for Cynthia. Followed up by a highlights, Jeremy Chin of the Panthers. And then, boom goes the dynamite. It is Mr. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. Two packs left right here. Harrison Smith of the Vikings, followed by Mike Evans of the Buccaneers, Matt Stafford of the Rams, DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, a little Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers, and Justin Herbert of the Chargers, followed by another Justin Fields. This one a base, headed to Haley. And then we're going to have a little Chase Claypool out of 500 that's 873 receiving yards of the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed up by the Legend Series Joey Namath of the Jets, and then a Justin Jefferson Dominators of the Minnesota Vikings. Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots, Hollywood Brown of the Ravens, Devontae Parker of the Dolphins, Derek Brown of the Panthers, Terry Bradshaw of the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers of the Packers. Then we have Kylan Hill, also of the Green Bay Packers, going to Josh, followed by a red press proof Trey Lance, baby. There we go, of the San Francisco 49ers, going to Jordan. And then we have the champ is here, Mr. Scott Miller of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Scott Miller of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Jose. Followed up by another rookie QB. This is the rookies, Zach Wilson of the New York Jets, headed to Andrew. Wow, what a last 3 packs right there. Really came together well. Alrighty, let's run through these rookies. We have Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Panthers, followed up by the rookies, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a red press-proof Larry Roundtree of the Chargers, Brevin Jordan of the Houston Texans, Trevon Morig of the Raiders, Nico Collins of the Texans, a green Penei Sewell of the Detroit Lions, followed up by Azeez Ojulari of the Giants, the rookies Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, a green Elijah Moore rated rookie of the New York Jets, Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals, a portraits Josh Palmer of the Chargers, followed up by Joseph Osai of the Bengals, portrait Jamar Jefferson of the Lions, an Elite Series rookies Nico Collins of the Texans, and Jamin Davis of the Washington Football Team. First, we have the silver die cut press proof Drew Brees out of 75, 56 out of 75, headed to Cynthia with the Saints. And then it is a QB rumble. Justin Fields right there, followed by the rookies Zach Wilson, a red press proof Trey Lance, and a Gridiron Kings rookies Justin Fields. The 2 Justin Fields headed to Haley, Zach Wilson of the New York Jets headed to Andrew, and Trey Lance of the 49ers headed to Jordan. And with that, we are done with break 1449. We will be back in 3 minutes. 3 minutes with some Revolution basketball, and then we will keep cooking. Let's fill that Obsidian. Let's fill some more Origins. We've got some Donruss Optic discounts going. Let's get that all filled this evening. Alrighty, we are back, and we have a keyword to randomize. Type new in the chat for a pull from the Saute Stock Pot. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown here?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Jack Eagle again.
Jack Eagle getting the Sage football box. Wow, Jack having a great time with BreakTraders. Jack, we will ship that Sage box right out to you when we Brett, we'll ship this out to you. Yeah, he went earlier.
Yeah, I just didn't know if he...
Yeah, he gave you the team and everything he was with earlier, too. Jack getting the Sage. Jack, and I apologize. I didn't let John know. Could you remind us of the break that you were in earlier?
Yeah, the Eagles.
If you could just let us know the break number and team that you were in earlier. I apologize about that. Oh, you're in this one. Perfect. 76ers in this break.
Okay.
Awesome. Here we go, folks. This is break number 1450. Break number 1450. The 2020-21 Revolution One Boxer. Klay Thompson of the Golden State Warriors, followed by Ja Morant of the Grizzlies, Ben Simmons of the 76ers, a Groove, Michael Porter Jr. of the Denver Nuggets, headed to T-Man, followed up by Jordan Nora RC of the Milwaukee Bucks, going to Vaughn. And before we get into this next pack, welcome Justin with the Celtics, Vaughn with the Bucks, Christopher with the Pelicans, Jennifer with the Suns and Trailblazers, and Justin again with the Jazz. Welcome to BreakTraders. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. We have Karl Anthony Towns of the Timberwolves, Goran Dragic of the Heat, a little Zion Williamson of the Pelicans, followed by a Groove Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic, and then Houston, we have a liftoff. That is Mr. LeBron James, a liftoff of the Los Angeles Lakers, going to T-Man. Let's try to get these cards in the top loader as soon as possible. On to our next pack here. Jarrett Culver of the Timberwolves, followed by Michael Porter Jr. of the Nuggets, Aaron Baines of the Raptors, and Oleksiy Pukusevsky of the Astro of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Phil, followed by Vernon Carey Jr. of the Charlotte Hornets, headed to Anthony. Norman Powell of the Raptors, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder, Colin Sexton of the Cavs, a Jonas Valanciunas Astros of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Ryan, and then we have this Supernova Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns, and that is headed to Jennifer. T-Man, I am psyched for you. We have Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, followed by John Wall of the Rockets, Aaron Gordon of the Magic, the Oleksiy Pukusevsky RC Cubic out of 50 of the Oklahoma City Thunder, headed to Phil. Following that up with an Emmanuel Quickley RC of the New York Knicks. Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks going to Anthony. And we have 3 packs left in this Revolution break. Terry Rozier of the Hornets, Davis Bertans of the Wizards, Victor Oladipo of the Pacers. We have DeAndre Ayton of the Phoenix Suns Astro Edition headed to Jennifer, followed by a Vortex Klay Thompson of the Golden State Warriors, and that is going to Jordan. 2 packs left in this one. Eric Gordon of the Houston Rockets, Jonas Valanciunas of the Grizzlies, Tyler Hero of the Heat, a Vortex Kyrie Irving of the Brooklyn Nets, and then he came in like a mellow ball of the Charlotte Hornets going to Anthony. Following that up, we have DeAndre Ayton of the Suns, Jimmy Butler of the Heat, Al Horford of the Thunder, a Groove, Norman Powell of the Toronto Raptors, and then a Shockwave Revolution Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks. Yeah, that's surprising because typically the Pistons have some decent hits because there's so many rooks there. All right, let's run these down. The veteran inserts Trae Young of the Hawks, a Vortex Kyrie Irving, and a Vortex Klay Thompson, and a Supernova Devin Booker of the Suns. Following that up, we have the parallels, the Astro DeAndre Ayton of the Suns, the Astros Jonas Valanciunas of the Grizzlies, and the 2 Grooves, Norman Powell of the Raptors, and Michael Porter Jr. of the Denver Nuggets. Our rookie rundown. Our base rooks, we have Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks heading to Anthony, followed by Vernon Carey Jr. of the Charlotte Hornets going to Anthony, and Jordan Nora of the Milwaukee Bucks, and that is going to Vaughn. Then we have the Astro Oleksiy Pukusevsky of the Thunder going to Phil. And then we have the Cole Anthony of the Orlando Magic Groove, and that is heading to Anthony as well. Now on to our featured cards. The Liftoff LeBron James of the Lakers. Going to T-Man. And then we have the 2 rookies. We have the Cubic Oleksiy Pukusevsky of the Thunder, and the came in like a mellow ball base of the Charlotte Hornets right there. And with that, we are done with break 1450. We'll be right back with 1451. One team to auction off here, one team or two teams to auction off here, but we're doing it all at the same time. Doing it all at the same time. We have the Knicks, we have the Warriors, starting at $10 in increments of $1. It's the one boxer, Haley. $15. Aaron, 15. Aaron, they're actually a combo deal, so you'll get both for 15, with that being the current high bid. And here we go. We're gonna dive into the countdown of the auction. 30 seconds on the clock. Any bids in the 30-second window will trigger a 15-second timer. Any bids in that 15-second window will trigger another 15-second timer, and so on and so forth until we go 15 seconds without a bid. You pay via PayPal. Countdown is complete. Here we go. Play via PayPal. Aaron. And Aaron is the Lakers in this break. And while we wait to receive that payment, we will do our next keyword giveaway. No problem, Aaron. We've got a keyword giveaway here for all of you.
Okay, ready to go.
Boom. Fresh to death.
No guesses?
No guesses yet. Yep, guess the show. Guessing has ended. Here we go, folks. This is break 1451. 1451, the 2020-21 Clearly Donruss one box. Pick your team. John, do you want to drop the explanation of the show giveaway guessing in the chat? Bunch of new people here, and I think that would be helpful. We have like one out there somewhere. Nikola Jokic of the Nuggets, a little Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans. Then we're going to have the stargazing Steph Curry. Mr. Steph Curry doing some stargazing right there of the Golden State Warriors, heading to Aaron. Following that up, we have a Kenyon Martin Jr. rated rookie and a Desmond Bain rated rookie. Desmond Bain rated a rookie. Desmond Bain of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Christopher B. Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Houston Rockets going to Chris B. as well. We have RJ Barrett of the New York Knicks. And boom, shakalaka, 12 out of 49. It is Mr. James Weissman of the Golden State Warriors going to Aaron. Congratulations, Aaron. Nice hit right there. Following that up with Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers. A little Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers purple right there. Headed to Chris. Followed up by Patrick Williams. Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls going to Bob. And then we have an Anthony Edwards RC of the Minnesota Timberwolves going to Davis. Woo-wee! We got a hot box. And we're halfway through this hot box. And I want to welcome Austin with the Celtics, Davis with the Hornets and Timberwolves, Vaughn with the Bucks, and Christopher with the Pelicans. Thanks for joining us for the first time this evening. You can use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. Jimmy Butler of the Heat, followed by DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs. Jeremiah Grant right there. That's a nice little parallel right there of the Detroit Pistons going to Mr. CEO. Followed up by Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies. And Aaron Jalen Smith, rated rookie of the Phoenix Suns, going to Cynthia. Xavier Tillman of the Grizzlies headed to Christopher. Ooh, baby, we got a magtastic one hit right there. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder. Giannis of the Bucks. Devin Vassell, gold-rated rookie, headed of the San Antonio Spurs, headed to Bellahome. Followed by a Theo Maledon RC of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Warren. And then Obi Toppin of the New York Knicks going to Aaron. Yeah, we got hot right there for sure. All right, let's run down these rookies. We have Obi Toppin of the New York Knicks going to Aaron. Theo Maledon of the Oklahoma City Thunder going to Warren. Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs going to Bellahome. Jalen Smith of the Suns headed to Cynthia. Followed up by Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Chris. Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls headed to Bob. Desmond Bain of the Grizzlies to Chris. And Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Houston Rockets headed to Chris. And now on to our featured cards. The stargazing Steph Curry and the Anthony Edwards base. Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves headed to Davis. Steph Curry of the Golden State Warriors headed to Aaron. And then here we go, folks. Boom goes the dynamite. We have the James Weissman out of 49. James Weissman out of 49 of the Golden State Warriors going to Aaron. And with that, we're done with break 1451. We'll be right back from BT Field with 1465. Alrighty. We are back with some Donruss Hobby Hybrid H2 Pick Your Team. But first, type fresh in the chat. Type fresh in the chat and we will randomize that giveaway right now. Get us a 10-second countdown, please, John.
Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Aaron Cotta.
Aaron Cotta. We do not. Unfortunately, the only spots available are at BreakTraders.com. There is a Donruss Optic there, though. 20% off the Pick Your Division spots. Dmitry Kulkov, Nick Ritchie, Jose Olivio, Alex Pietrangelo, Kevin Lankin, the Dazzlers, baby. Get dazzled of the Chicago Blackhawks. Christopher Tanev, Brady Chukchuk, and Thomas Nosek. And here we go, folks. This is break 1465. The 2021 Donruss Hobby Hybrid H2 one box. Pick your team. And we're creeping up on that 12 o'clock hour where no more breaks will run if they get purchased after midnight. Joey Bosa of the Chargers, AJ Green of the Cardinals, Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys, Corey Davis of the Jets, a little Patrick Surtain rated rookie of the Denver Broncos to Christopher, followed up by a gold press proof John Elway of the Denver Broncos. Gold press proof Denver Broncos going to Chris, followed by Jerome Bettis Elite Series of the Rams, followed up by a retro series Randy Moss of the Minnesota Vikings. Darren Waller of the Raiders, followed up by George Kittle of the 49ers, Drew Brees of the Saints, Tyler Boyd of the Bengals. Then we have Mr. Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, Patty Mahomes of the Chiefs, a Kyle Trask rated rookie of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers headed to David. Then we have the red press proof Johnny Hecker, of the Rams, followed up by the rookies, Dwayne Eskridge of the Seahawks, and a highlights Ronald Jones II of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Aaron, great to hear that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Myles Garrett of the Browns, Dallas Goedert of the Eagles, Jerome Baker of the Dolphins, Robbie Anderson of the Panthers, a little Khalil Mack of the Bears, Juju Smith-Schuster of the Steelers. Then we have a Shi Smith RC of the Carolina Panthers going to Matt, followed by a red press proof DJ Chark of the Jacksonville Jaguars to the Spangs, followed up by an Elite Series rookie. That is Davis Mills of the Houston Texans going to BMWs. Then we have the Retro Series Jim Kelly of the Buffalo Bills going to Steven. Right there. We're on to our next pack in this break. Akeem Hicks of the Bears, Leonard Williams of the Giants, Leonard Floyd of the Rams, Russell Gage of the Falcons, little Von Miller of the Broncos, Joe Namath of the Jets. Then we have Davis Mills of the Houston Texans going to BMWs, followed up by a Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to BMWs as well. right there. Then we have a Josh Jacobs of the Raiders Dominators. And then a Portraits Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Gary. Halfway through this break, Foye Okuna of the Falcons, Derwin James of the Chargers, little Travis Kelce of the Chiefs, followed by Zadarius Smith of the Packers. Then we have Des Fitzpatrick of the Tennessee Titans going to Christopher, followed up by a out of 500 Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings. Then we're going to have a Action All-Pros Minkah Fitzpatrick of the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed up by a Tylan Wallace, and that's a Portraits RC of the Baltimore Ravens, headed to Chris. And we are halfway through this break. Harrison Smith of the Vikings, Mike Evans of the Bucks, David Johnson of the Texans, followed up by TJ Watt of the Steelers, and CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys. Then we have a Seth Williams RC of the Broncos headed to Chris, followed by a green Joseph Osai of the Cincinnati Bengals to Cynthia as well. Then we have a Jonathan Abrams, the red press proof of the Raiders right there. Following that up with a little Elite Series Vinny Testaverde of the New York Jets. And then we have a Gridiron Kings rookies, and that is Mr. Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings going to Chris. We're doing a multiple box Origins. We haven't done a case break yet. Definitely considering it. It's just hard to get the numbers there. Justin Tucker of the Ravens, Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, Ryan Kerrigan of the Washington Football Team, Peyton Manning of the Colts, Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Chiefs, Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Matt. Followed up by Trevon Moehrig, the Green Raider rookie of the Raiders, and that is going to BMWs. Following that up, we have a little DK Metcalf press proof of the Seattle Seahawks, red press proof, and that is going to Carl. And then we have the rookies, Elijah Moore of the New York Jets going to Lucas. Followed up by a Patty Mahomes road to the Super Bowl of the Kansas City Chiefs right there. Randy Moss of the Vikings, Sean Alexander of the Seahawks, Jared Goff of the Lions, Jameis Winston of the Saints, DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals, Tom Brady of the Patriots, Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills. Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills going to Steven. I just dropped our link to our website in the chat right there. A red press proof Michael Vick of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Gary. Then we have an Elite Series Chase Claypool of the Pittsburgh Steelers, followed by an all-times Gridiron Kings. That's Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis of the Baltimore Ravens. We have shows Wednesday and Friday nights. We have... Seems like a small pack here. It is. It's like a half pack. Joe Schobert of the Jags. Tommy Tremblay of the Carolina Panthers right there. Followed up by a red press proof Alvin Kamara of the Saints. Then we have a Dominators Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings. Followed by Levante David. The champ is here of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That was very weird right there. Evan Ingram of the Giants, Allen Robinson of the Bears, Jeremy Chin of the Panthers, Robert Woods of the Rams, followed up by Henry Ruggs of the Raiders, Shaquille Griff of the Jags, a Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah rated rookie of the Cleveland Browns going to BMWs, followed by a red press proof Joseph Osai of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Cynthia. Then we have a power formula as Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, followed up by Chase Young of the Washington Football Team. Oh man, I will try to work on that for Friday. We have the red press proof Joseph Osai of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Cynthia. We have Jeremiah Wassa-Kamara of the Browns, Tommy Tremblay of the Panthers, Gregory Rousseau of the Bills, the rookies Elijah Moore of the Jets, the green Trevon Moehrig of the Raiders, Chuba Hubbard of the Panthers, the Gridiron Kings Kellen Mond of the Vikings, the green Joseph Osai of the Bengals, Seth Williams of the Broncos, Tylan Wallace portrait of the Ravens, Des Fitzpatrick of the Titans, the red press proof Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals, Davis Mills of the Texans, an Elite Series Davis Mills of the Texans, Shi Smith of the Panthers, the rookies Dwayne Edgecridge of the Seahawks, Kyle Trask of the Bucks, and Patrick Surtain of the Denver Broncos. And we have the Origin one box pick your team random has filled. And we will get that right on the schedule for after this Donruss Optic. And on to our featured cards. We have an old school and a new school. We have the portraits Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears and the gold press proof 12 out of 50 John Elway of the Denver Broncos. And with that, we are done with break 1465. We'll be right back with some 2020 Donruss Optic Hobby Hybrid. Here we go with some Donruss Optic Hobby Hybrid H2 pick your team, and we will be definitely doing that Origins right after this. Here we go. Break 1435, the 2020 Donruss Optic Hobby Hybrid H2 one box pick your team. We got 4 cards per pack, 8 packs per box. Michael Thomas of the Saints, followed by an Elite Series rookie. That's Jalen Reagor of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that's headed to Daniel, followed by the Red Mojo John Hightower, the 4th of the Eagles as well. And then we have a Grant Delpit RC of the Cleveland Browns, headed to BMWs. Odell Beckham Jr. of the Browns, followed by a Chase Young, the rookies of the Washington Football Team, headed to Gary. Then we have the Joe Reed rated rookie of the Chargers and a Jedrick Willis RC of the Cleveland Browns. Oh, sorry, I'm reading them wrong. Let me run back these rooks quick. Sorry, I was reading them wrong. They're right on the screen. Jedrick Willis of the Browns going to Carl. Joe Reed of the Chargers going to Roman. Chase Young of the Washington Football Team going to Jonathan. Then we have Grant Delpit of the Browns going to Carl. John Hightower of the Eagles. John Hightower of the Eagles right there. And Jalen Reagor of the Eagles going to Michael. But yes, you're right. There is an issue with the names, how they're listed on the screen. I will fix that. Not sure what happened there, folks. I'll get that taken care of right now. There we go. The names on the right are correct. All right, there we go. The list is now right. I apologize about that. The names I read off is right. We just had a Shopify issue when we pulled. A couple teams got duplicated in the listing, so that's why it pushed the list off, because we entered 35 names, even though a few of them were duplicated, but when it lists on that screen, it doesn't work. TJ Watt of the Steelers, a retro series. Jim Kelly of the Buffalo Bills going to Mikey, followed up by a red mojo Chase Claypool rated rookie of the Pittsburgh Steelers, headed to Curtis. And then we have Josh Uche of the New England Patriots, and that is going to Matthew. J.J. Watt of the Texans, followed up by a silver Harrison Bryant RC of the Cleveland Browns going to Carl. Then we have the J.K. Dobbins rated rookie of the Baltimore Ravens headed to Matthew, followed up by Derek Brown of the Carolina Panthers going to Ian with the Minnesota Vikings. Zadarius Smith of the Packers, a retro series, James Harrison of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Then we have a Trevon Diggs, red mojo RC of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Ian, followed up by AJ Terrell of the Atlanta Falcons RC going to Brooks. Dwayne Haskins of the Washington Football Team, a silver Drew Lock of the Broncos. Antonio Gandy Golden of the Washington Football Team going to Jonathan, followed up by Cole McDonald of the Tennessee Titans RC, heading to Matthew. Two packs left in this one. Mike Williams of the Chargers, followed by a T- Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills. Then we have Mr. Jacob Eason with that red mojo RC of the Colts headed to Ian, followed up by Darnell Mooney of the Chicago Bears going to David. And here we go. We have Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills, followed up by a silver Isaiah Simmons RC and a base Isaiah Simmons RC. Both of those going to Cynthia. And then we have Julian Okwara from the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, now on the Detroit Lions, headed to David. All right, let's run these rookies down. Julian Okwara of the Detroit Lions, Isaiah Simmons and that is heading to David. Isaiah Simmons of the Arizona Cardinals going to Cynthia. Darnell Mooney of the Bears to David. Cole McDonald of the Titans to Matthew. Antonio Gandy Golden of the Washington Football Team to Jonathan. AJ Terrell of the Falcons to Brooks. The red mojo Trevon Diggs of the Cowboys going to Ian. Derek Brown of the Panthers headed to Ian. J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens going to Matthew, followed up by Harrison Bryant of silver of the Browns, headed to Carl, followed by Josh Uche of the Patriots going to Matthew. Then we have a red mojo Chase Claypool of the Steelers going to Curtis. An Elite Series rookies Jalen Reagor of the Philadelphia Eagles to Michael. A red mojo John Hightower of the Eagles going to Michael. Grant Delpit of the Browns heading to Carl. Chase Young of the Washington Football Team going to Jonathan. Joe Reed of the Chargers heading to Roman, and Jedrick Wells of the Browns going to Carl. And our featured card is going to be a Jacob Eason of the Indianapolis Colts. And that is going to be heading due Ian. And with that, we're done with break 1435. We'll be right back with the last break of the night, some Origins football to finish it off. All right, we are back and ready for this Origins Pick Your Team Plus Random. Even though Mr. CEO is breaking the rules of the after midnight fills on Wednesday, we'll run both that Bowman Chrome 3-team random and that Obsidian right there. But that will be the end of the evening after those two. All righty. Here we go. This is break 1469. 1469, the 2021 Origins one box Pick Your Team Plus random. First, we have to randomize randomize the team, the order of the teams, so that once we can then randomize from there. We have 11 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Alrighty, now let's see how many times we're going to randomize the members of the BT community in this one. 7 times. 7 times, and then the top 5 will be matched up based on the order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alrighty. With the New York Jets, that is getting Spangler. Followed up with Haley getting the Jacksonville Jaguars. Then we have Mr. CEO getting the New England Patriots. Followed by Zerk getting the Chicago Bears and the San Francisco 49ers. And we are getting those on the schedule, that Bowman Chrome and that Obsidian right now. Alrighty, here we go. First up, we have James Robinson out of 375 of the Jacksonville Jaguars. James Robinson of the Jacksonville Jaguars out of 375 going to Haley. Next up, we have Christian McCaffrey out of 299 of the Carolina Panthers, also going to Haley. Haley has had a lot of luck in Origins this evening. Next up, we have Big Ben Roethlisberger with the base, and that is a Pittsburgh Steeler heading to Mr. CEO. Here we go. Boom, shakalaka. It is a Trey Lance base rookie of the San Francisco 49ers, and that is going to Zerk. Nice hit by Zerk right there. Brad, what are those Origins bases quarterbacks going for, if you don't mind me asking? Then we have a Pat Freiermuth patch of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that is 16 out of 75 going to Mr. CEO. And we have 2 cards left. This one is going to be a Ramondre Stevenson on-card auto of the New England Patriots heading to Mr. CEO. And last but not least, wow. It's the CEO's night. It is a rookie patch auto, Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that is heading to Mr. CEO. 6 out of 75 are right there. That Ramondre Stevenson, I will double check, but I do not believe it is numbered. No number on the Ramondre. Alrighty, let's run these cards down. First, our non-memorabilia or auto. We have the Ben Roethlisberger base of the Pittsburgh Steelers heading to Mr. CEO. Christian McCaffrey out of 299 of the Carolina Panthers heading to Haley. And then James Robinson out of 175 heading to Haley. Next up, we have the Ramondre Stevenson auto, the Pat Freiermuth patch, and the Pat Freiermuth rookie patch auto. Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers heading to Mr. CEO, and Ramondre Stevenson of the Patriots joining Pat Freiermuth with Mr. CEO as well. And last but not least, going to Zerk, it is going to be the Trey Lance base. The Trey Lance base. And with that, we are done with break 1469. We'll be right back from BT Park with some Bowman Chrome Baseball. All right, we are back. Here we go. This is break 1438. The 2021 Bowman Chrome 3-team random. 3-team random right here. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize it. This is basically a CEO personal here. Well, not almost. 8 times on that randomization. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Have a great night, Haley. See you Friday. And here we go. Yordan Alvarez of the Astros, Max Scherzer of the Nationals, a summer camp Julio Rodriguez of the Seattle Mariners to Mr. CEO. Then we have Emmanuel Rodriguez with the Bowman First of the Minnesota Twins to CEO, and Alexander Vizcaino of the New York Yankees, Bowman First to Mr. CEO as well. Matt Chapman of the Oakland Athletics, Buster Posey of the San Francisco Giants. Then we have the Shimmer, and that is a Bowman First. Armando Cruz of the Washington Nationals going to Mr. CEO, followed by Jordan Adams of the Angels and Tristan Casas of the Boston Red Sox. Austin Meadows of the Tampa Bay Rays, Xander Bogaerts of the Red Sox, a 40-man futures of the Red Sox. That's going to be Blaze Jordan going to Mr. CEO, followed by Jeremy Pena of the Astros and Tyler Soderstrom of the Oakland Athletics. We have Akil Badu of the Detroit Tigers, headed to Mr. CEO, RC, followed by Yermain Mercedes of the Chicago White Sox, RC, right there, heading to Mr. CEO. Then we're going to have Julio Rodriguez of the Mariners and Austin Martin of the Toronto Blue Jays. And we have our first auto, and that's going to be out of 25. And it is of the San Diego Padres, heading to Mr. CEO. That is Luis Campusano, RC. 18 out of 25. Jose Garcia, RC of the Cincinnati Reds to Mr. CEO, followed up by Garrett Crochet of the Chicago White Sox, headed to Phil. Right there. Then we're going to have a Jordan Walker out of 499 of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Mr. CEO, followed by Matt Manning of the Detroit Tigers and Tyler Freeman of the Cleveland Guardians. An Ian Anderson, RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Mr. CEO, followed by Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals. Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals to Mr. CEO as well. A 40-man futures Ed Howard of the Chicago Cubs heading to Nick. Followed up by Brennan Davis of the Cubs and a Bowman First Luis Toribio of the San Francisco Giants. And we're on to the second box in this one. Yeah, luxury tax doesn't seem to do anything. Aaron Judge of the Yankees, Yu Darvish of the San Diego Padres, a 2020 summer camp Max Meyer of the Marlins to Mr. CEO, Grayson Rodriguez of the Orioles, followed up by Asa Lacy of the Kansas City Royals. Joey Gallo of the Texas Rangers, Austin Hayes of the Baltimore Orioles, a dawn of glory, that's a box hit. Emerson Hancock of the Mariners to Mr. CEO, followed by Austin Wells of the Yanks and Emerson Hancock of the Mariners as well. Andrew Vaughn of the Chicago White Sox heading to Phil, followed up by a Mike Yastrzemski out of 99 of the San Francisco Giants, and that is going to Phil as well. Following that one, we have a 40-man futures Asa Lacy of the Kansas City Royals, and then we have Jeremy De La Rosa of the Nationals and Bobby Witt Jr. of the Royals. And we have 3 packs left in this one. Alejandro Kirk, RC of the Toronto Blue Jays, going to Mr. CEO right there. Following that up with Dalton Varsho of the Arizona Diamondbacks to Mr. CEO as well. And then bang-a-rang, the Minnesota Twins, Michael Miguel Urbina, headed to Mr. Redemption, headed to Mr. CEO as well. Following that up, we have Austin Hendrick of the Reds and Jarren Duran of the Red Sox. We have Ryan Mountcastle, RC of the Baltimore Orioles, heading to Mr. CEO, followed by Luis Garcia, RC of the Washington Nationals to Mr. CEO. Then we have a Braden Shoemake out of 250 of the Atlanta Braves to Mr. CEO as well, followed by Christian Robinson of the Diamondbacks and a Pedro Pineda Bowman first of the Oakland Athletics. Heading to Mr. CEO. And now we're into our last pack of this one. We have Luis Campusano of the San Diego Padres headed to Mr. CEO. Chris Bryant of the Chicago Cubs, followed by a 40-man futures Garrett Mitchell of the Milwaukee Brewers to Mr. CEO. Pedro Leon with that Bowman first of the Houston Astros going to Mr. CEO. And then Miguel Bless of the Boston Red Sox going to Mr. CEO as well. And now on to our rundown, starting with the rooks. Luis Campusano of the Padres, Luis Garcia of the Nationals, Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles, Dalton Varsho of the Diamondbacks, Alejandro Kirk of the Toronto Blue Jays, Andrew Vaughn of the White Sox, Brady Singer of Kansas City, Ian Anderson of the Braves, Garrett Crochet of the Sox, Jose Garcia of Cincinnati, Yerman Mercedes of the White Sox, and Akil Badu of the Detroit Tigers. And on to our featured cards. We have Miguel Bleis of the Boston Red Sox, this Bowman first, Pedro Leon of the Houston Astros, Pedro Pineda of the Oakland Athletics, followed up by Luis Turbio of the San Francisco Giants. Then we have a shimmer, Armando Cruz of the Washington Nationals, Alexander Vizcano of the Yanks, and Emmanuel Rodriguez of the Twins. And now on to the featured cards. The out of 99, Mike Yastrzemski of the Giants headed to Phil. The dawn of glory, Emerson Hancock of the Mariners to Mr. CEO. And then we got the dual autos for Mr. CEO, the Luis Campusano out of 25 of the Padres, and the Miguel Urbina of the Minnesota Twins. And with that, we're done with break 1438. We'll be right back from the hardwood with 1439. Here we go. The last break of the evening, some Obsidian basketball. Excited to get back into that. We haven't had some Obsidian since last week. So I'm looking forward to that. Here we go. This is break 1439. 1439, the 2020-21 Obsidian Basketball Hobby One Box Pick Your Team plus random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize the two teams. And that's going to be 8 times. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. All right. It is going to be the Timberwolves, then the Hornets. So we will randomize everyone. Number 1 will get the Timberwolves. Number 2 will get the Hornets. We're going to randomize the users 5 times. Number 1, the Timberwolves. Number 2, the Hornets. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Whoo-wee! Mr. CEO is on fire, and he has both. Alrighty, as we get those teams loaded up, I will start to get this pack open. Here we go. The first card in this one is Andrew Wiggins of the Golden State Warriors. Andrew Wiggins of the Golden State Warriors heading to Mr. CEO. Following that up with a Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz going to Mr. CEO as well. Next up, we have Mr. Blake Griffin of the Brooklyn Nets going to Christopher. After that, we have our first memorabilia. It is going to be a Volcanic John Salmon's auto headed to Mr. CEO, and that is 4 out of 99. Next up, we have a New York Knicks Aurora auto, and that is Allen Houston. Allen Houston of the New York Knicks going to Andre. After that, we have the Ricky Rubio of the Timberwolves, and that is out of 99, a purple Ricky Rubio of the Timberwolves to Mr. CEO. And last but not least, we have the Eclipse. John Salmons and Allen Houston are definitely like just old vets that aren't in the league anymore. And the Eclipse, it is Mr. Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, headed to Christopher. ugly obsidian break right there. Alrighty, let's run these through. We have Blake Griffin of the Brooklyn Nets heading to Chris. Following that up with Andre Wiggins of the Golden State Warriors to Mr. CEO. Then we have Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz. Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz heading to Mr. CEO. Followed up by a Ricky Rubio purple, and that's going to be out of 99, 72 out of 99 of the Minnesota Timberwolves to Mr. CEO. And he choked his coach, didn't he? No, that was Spreewell, I think. Then we have the Obsidian Eclipse. That's Russell Westbrook, 56 out of 75 of the Washington Wizards, heading to Chris. And next up, we have our two autos. They're both no longer in the NBA. John Salmons of the Chicago Bulls headed to Mr. CEO, and Allen Houston of the New York Knicks headed to Andre. And with that, we are done with break 1439. And that means we are done for the evening. Thank you to everyone who made tonight possible. We had a great Origins release party. Looking forward to getting into some more Origins on Friday. We'll definitely be able to post at least 2 more breaks of Origins by Friday. Looking forward to that. In the meantime, just want to say thank you to John and Dan for being here. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. Go Bills. Have a great day and happy break-in. Thanks. Have a great night.